Good evening. The meeting is now convened. The time is 4:03. Board members present via Zoom are Trustee Elizabeth Santos. Board members present in the boardroom auditorium are Trustee Allen, Trustee Judith Cruz, Trustee Donnie Hernandez, Trustee Ann Sung, Trustee Myrna Guidry, Trustee Sue Dygard, Trustee Flynn Villaseca, Trustees, please mute your microphone and turn on your video so our colleagues and the public can see you. We are starting off today's regular board meeting with a public hearing posted for 4:00 p.m. This hearing is required by the Texas Education Code, Section 39.054C, for a discussion of the Texas Academic Performance Report for 2019 to 2020. Today's presentation will be led by Dr. Allison Matney, Officer, Research, and Accountability.
Thank you, President Allen. Good evening, trustees. I am here to present this evening's Texas Academic Performance Report for the school year 2019-2020. So we'll start this evening. It is required, as Trustee Allen indicated, by Texas Education Code, Chapter 39. It includes reports produced at the state, education service center region, district, and school levels. And the data is disaggregated by race, ethnicity, special education program, economically disadvantaged, and English learner status. So changes for this year, the 2019-2020 year, to the Texas Academic Performance Report include student counts by membership and enrollment. They are now provided in the 1920 taper report. The enrollment numbers include students who were enrolled as of the last Friday in October. The membership numbers include students who were enrolled and either scheduled to attend at least 2 hours of instruction each school day or participated in an alternative attendance accounting program. In this presentation, we refer to membership numbers. They are shown because they're comparable to student counts from previous years. Some of those definitions were changed. STAR, another large piece of the change to the taper report this year, is that STAR was not administered, as we know, in spring 2020, so no data related to STAR are included in this presentation. STAR results from last year will be included in the printed taper document, so they just rolled over the 18-19 STAR information into the actual taper report. So we'll start with looking at enrollment by race ethnicity. In 2019-2020, HISD compared to the state. So we look at our HISD African American and Hispanic population are greater than the state, and all of our other populations are lower than the state numbers. On the next slide, we look at our district enrollment. Since 2018-19, we had increases in our total enrollment, Hispanic enrollment, white, EL, and special ed program enrollments, and decreases in African American, Asian, and economically disadvantaged enrollments. When we look at enrollment specifically by economically disadvantaged status, we can see that HISD has a greater percentage of economically disadvantaged students than the state. HISD's percent is at 79.3, where the state is at 60.3. In looking at enrollment by English learner and special education status, HISD has a larger percent of English learners than the state. We have 34% and the state has 20.3. But we have a smaller percent of students receiving special education services, 7.9% and 10.5% respectively. When we look at our performance regarding graduation and dropout rates, our district rate increased for our graduation rate at the 4-year level, and our dropout rate also increased. On the next slide, you can see the detail. The blue bars are the HISD data points between class of 2018 and class of 2019. The gold bars are the state level data, again, class of 2018 versus 2019. HISD had increases in 3 of our graduation rate areas and decreases in 4. So increases in 3, decreases in 4. On the next slide, we see our total graduation rates by type. And here, HISD has a larger percentage, 91.2% of our students graduating on the higher graduation plans than the state does. And the state's percentage is 87.6. When we examine our 1920 district performance for advanced placement in International Baccalaureate, APIB, our 2019 advanced placement in International Baccalaureate exam participation rates decreased 4.4 percentage points. However, we are still significantly above the state participation rate for these examinations. Then when you look at our performance results, we did have an increase of 0.6 percent points, but we are still lower than the state when you're considering our actual performance. On this slide, we can see, again, the blue bars are HISD, the gold bars are the state. We're looking at the same data just discussed, just broken out by student group. And you can see the slight decreases between 2018 in HISD and 2019 in all student groups except for Hispanic, our Hispanic student group in our participation rates. Then this slide looks at the percentage of testers who are at or above the criterion on advanced placement in International Baccalaureate tests. And we can again see slight decreases in 2 of our areas, but all students, Hispanic and economically disadvantaged student groups, slightly increased in the exam results. Moving on to district performance for SAT and ACT, our 2019 ACT and SAT participation rates decreased by 3.1 points, and our average score also decreased. On the next slide, you can see again the student groups broken out, and you can see indicated in our HISD blue bars those slight decreases for all students, as well as the 4 student groups outlined here in the SAT, ACT participation rates. On the next slide, we're looking at the SAT, ACT results, and you can see our all students and African American student group increased slightly between 2018 and 2019, whereas our Hispanic, white, and economically disadvantaged groups decreased slightly for SAT and ACT results, their performance. In looking at the SAT average score, again, you can see that SAT slight decline between 2018 and 2019 for all student groups here at the district level as well as the state level. Moving on to our district performance in advanced and dual credit courses, our completion rate for these courses increased 1.5 percentage points. So we are at the state rate in this area right now. The next slide shows HISD's data points and the increases for all student groups outlined on this slide for HISD as well as the state. But again, we have increased to a level where we are even with the state, moving from 43.1% last year to 44.6%, whereas the state moved from 43.4% just slightly higher to 44.6. So we are even in our advanced and dual credit course completion with the state.
Dr. Matney, we've been joined by Trustee Bluford Daniels.
So now moving on to our district performance with the college, career, and military ready indicators. We've been talking about a lot of those indicators the last couple of months. When we look at college, career, military ready, our CCMR indicators, we break them out by our college ready and then career military ready, and then all three combined, college, career, and military ready. For our college ready students are 1.4 percentage points higher than the state. Our career military are 4.4 points lower than the state. And our college, career, military ready combined are 1.9% lower than the state. When we look at our specific data points by student group, these are our annual graduates for 2019 and the CCMR data points in each of those areas. Looking at the HISD.
Just keep going, Dr. Matney. We all experience it.
We're dog lovers.
They're excited about our CCMR rate, so sorry. Looking at our HISD and state CCMR percentage and students ready, we can see in African American, Hispanic, economically disadvantaged groups, we are higher than the state. For our next slide, we're looking at our enrollment in higher education. We decreased 1.4 percentage points in enrollment. So sorry, we decreased slightly in enrollment. And we increased in our percentage of students who are enrolling, so those who did enroll in the Texas Institution of Higher Education for students without remediation. So our students are more ready to enroll in our institutions of higher education in the state of Texas. Looking at our graduates in Texas higher education, we can see on this slide our percentage of students enrolled HISD versus the state, and then again percentage enrolled without remediation on that far right hand side from 2016-17 to 2017-18. So in summary, looking at our staff indicators in the TAPER report, our proportion of student population and teachers by race ethnicity. Our Hispanic teachers are underrepresented compared to our student population. Our teaching staff by years of experience, we have a younger staff than the state percentage. Our 1 to 5 years of experience decreased, and the 11 to 20 years of experience decreased, but the proportion of teachers with 1 to 5 years of experience was 3.5 points higher than the state. And then we're also going to look at average teaching staff salaries in subsequent slides and graphs. So we'll start with that student population and teaching staff by race ethnicity. This is where you can see that we, HISD student demographics are on the left of this slide. The HISD teachers are on the right of this slide. And you can see that our white and our African American teacher percentages are higher than our student percentages, as well as 2 or more races, American Indian, and then Pacific Islander is the same. So again, pointing out that our Hispanic teacher population, 30% of the teaching force, is less than our student body, which is at 62% Hispanic. Our teaching staff by gender, this slide shows that we've had a slight increase in our male teaching force, which resulted in a slight decrease of our female teaching force. And then teaching staff by years of experience, as articulated earlier, we can see that we have an increase in the percent of our beginning teachers between 1819 and then 1920. That's on the far left-hand side, the blue bar from 8.1 to 8.6. And then those decreases in 1 to 5 years and 11 to 20 years, but a slight uptick in the over 20 years population. And then this slide shows the average teaching staff salaries that's outlined in the taper report between each of those indicators, beginning 1 to 5 years, 6 to 10, 11 to 20, and over 20 years. The district summary for class sizes, our elementary average class size increased for grades K through 2, but our grades 3 through 5 class sizes are below the state average. And then secondary average class size decreased for ELA, but are above the state average for ELA still, foreign languages, math, science, and social studies. So I'll end this presentation update with reiterating our 2020 accountability rating. We are not rated, declared state of disaster as a district as well as all of our campuses throughout the state. 2020 special education determination status is needs substantial intervention. Our 2019-20 first rating, which we're required to include in this presentation, but Chief Reed outlined in great detail with y'all previously, is an A, which is superior. And then our 19-20 accreditation status is accredited. And that completes the taper public hearing report for 2019-2020.
Trustee Cruz?
Thank you. Thank you for the data. I wanted to ask in terms of, this is on page 14. So, it looks like we're way above the state in terms of participation for the SAT and ACT, but we're significantly lower in terms of the performance. So I guess my first question is the large amount of students, is that because of the SAT school day?
Yes, that's correct. And that trend is not abnormal. College Board will tell you the more students who test, as participation goes up, typically performance goes down slightly. So yes.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is, so on page 23, it's the data for 1920, and then the chart on the next page is the graduates of 17 and 18. So I'm curious and I know you probably don't have this right now, but what is the gap between the percentage of students for 2019 that were college ready and the ones that actually enrolled? Because I feel like we have that data for the 17 and 18, but not 19. Or do we just not have that yet?
Right. So taper does run significantly behind, and so I don't have that as part of this presentation because this is strictly a taper presentation framed in that way. But yes, it's a definite valid question to want to know more recent data.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Dygard?
So first, I want to confirm meeting norms. Are we doing 2 rounds, 2 minutes? And if so, who is keeping time?
Yes, time is being kept.
So, Dr. Lathan, what are your key takeaways from this report, and how are you using this data?
So the key takeaways and that we've discussed previously when the board was going through the goal setting process and our needs assessment is that we still have work to do as it relates to ensuring that our students graduate college and career ready. We have, like I said, increased participation rates as it relates to performance on various assessments for the SAT or AP and IB exams, but we still have work as a district as it relates to improving student outcomes, and that's from pre-K all the way up to 12th grade. And our needs assessment reflected that, and because that was the data we also used when we created the needs assessment was created by the research department.
So, for example, one of the slides was about the demographics of students compared to the demographics of our teachers, and a comment was made in the presentation about the significant difference between our population of Hispanic students and our population of Hispanic teachers. So, how is the administration using that information? Are you making adjustments in hiring processes? Just for example, on this slide, how do you respond to that?
So as it relates to definitely trying to recruit highly qualified staff, especially highly qualified bilingual staff members to support our students. And so we actually participate in various job fairs that might be geared to a particular specialty area or recruiting teachers that have certain qualifications. We have not rolled out a special initiative that targeted or around a particular group of ethnicity. We have not done that as a district.
And on page 5, we have a pretty significant increase in our English language learners enrollment, which I think makes what you just said that much more critical, right? And then also a 7% increase in our special education enrollment. So how are you adjusting, as a pretty significant growth, how are you adjusting your work for that?
Well, adjusting our work around professional development and training for our principals and our teachers. Also, in looking at the increase in special education students, ensuring that we are evaluating students and students that are qualifying to receive special education services, that they are receiving those services. And so we don't look at that increase as a bad thing. We actually look at it as a good thing in our district, considering concerns in the past as it relates to students qualifying to receive special education services.
I mean, the reason I ask is I would imagine it would take different adjustments, not just in identifying those students, because this is already identified kids, but increasing, are there resources you're going to be requesting from the board in our next budget? What might we anticipate, or what do you anticipate needing from us based on this?
Great question.
Population increases.
And actually, you provided those additional resources in September of 2020. Remember, when we brought the amended budget to you, I asked for additional money to support special education. We added additional intensive intervention teams in certain areas of the district to provide additional specialized services for campuses that had students with behavior or emotional challenges. And so you did, as a board, provide those resources this past year. As we go through and look at our data and make our academic plans for 21-22, we'll be going through looking at all of that and then making those necessary adjustments and bringing those requests to the board through the budget.
And then my last question on page 7, our percentage of special ed kids is lower than the average for the state. Does this indicate at all to you that maybe we're missing some kids who would qualify and need special education services but aren't currently receiving them?
We're looking at our processes to ensure that our IAT processes are in place across the district. Every campus has an IAT team. We're ensuring that we are recording that information in our system when a parent requests the evaluation or the school team. And so we're looking at that. And like I said, over the past several years, we have increased the number of students that are qualifying, but we still need to make sure that we're providing information to parents so that they know what their child or what children are entitled to receive as it relates to services. So we could always do more around communication.
It isn't just parents having to request an evaluation. I mean, the teachers and school-based staff, if they see an area of concern, they can initiate that process, correct?
That is correct. That's why every school has an IAT, an intervention assistance team. for every campus so that they know and teachers know how to go through the process to request services or evaluations for their students.
Thank you.
Trustee Song?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much for this presentation. I want to start off by celebrating on page 21, group for group, every single student group, all students, African American students, Hispanic students, white students, special education students, economically disadvantaged, and English learners. Our students in HISD are more college ready than the state, so I want to celebrate that. That says a lot about what we're doing district-wide. Great job. With regards to changing demographics, I also highlighted the same pages as Trustee Dygard, pages 5, and later in the packet about our teacher demographics. And I just want to note that in some of our neighborhoods in Houston, year on year, we see a demographic shift in our schools. And when families come to school and they are looking for someone, our English learners especially, are coming to a school and are trying to find someone who can communicate to them in their language, it makes a difference in terms of where students enroll, right? We lose students to other neighborhoods, to charter schools, and so I'm grateful for the initiatives you've described in addressing that, because that change is continuing to happen across Houston. And we need to meet it. I want us to be the district of choice for all student groups, no matter what language you speak. On page 12, Dr. Matney, you mentioned that where we have more students testing and we have these great initiatives where we pay for the SAT, we pay for APIB exams, you tend to have lower passing rates because we're allowing more students to test, right? But I did notice for one of our students groups, our African American students, in 2019 compared to 2018, we had a decrease in participation, and then on page 13, also a decrease in performance, which kind of goes against that trend. And so that, to me, was a little worrying. I wanted to ask about, do we know what happened there? And that was my last question.
So I can address that piece. We had an overall decline in African American enrollment. So that also contributed to that decrease, is that it's a smaller participation because our enrollment in that student group declined as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Trustee Hernandez?
So my original questions were also around page 4 and 5. This is a question that I asked you the other day, Dr. Lathan, about the decrease in African American enrollment. So this is for 1920, so that was before COVID. So have you seen even a greater decrease in African American enrollment for this school year?
Or to pull the demographics to look at the breakdown, because the information even in the Instructional Continuity update tonight just provides overall, but I can get those percentages for you, okay? Okay.
And then, do we know, has there been some study done about why there is such a large percentage of decrease?
No, we have not conducted an enrollment study around that as it relates to a particular group of students exiting the district.
Do we know where the African American students are enrolled, or why they're leaving, or where they're going?
No, though we do know if students are going to charter schools overall, like if a particular campus that, let's say a particular campus enrollment is 500 and it really should be around 800, we know if those students have selected to go to a charter school or private school. We have that type of data, and we actually had, it was 2 years ago now, there was a report in working that we were able to pull that information.
Okay. And then, some of my questions were already answered.
Thank you.
On page 17,
I thought she said she was finished.
there was a decrease in the scores overall for the state and for, sorry, not the scores, the annual graduates. Do we know why there was a decrease in this? Because this is 2018 and 2019, right? This is before COVID.
Yes, and I missed which slide you're referring to. I'm sorry.
Page 17.
17. The state, the HIC and state SAT results.
Yes, I see that both the state and the NHISD decreased, but is there a reason why?
We haven't looked directly into that. You're right. It is prior to COVID, but we do not have an answer specifically for this. And if it's something that would, if it impacted HISD, would it have impacted the state as well?
Okay. Those are all my questions for now.
Thank you. Trustee Guidry?
Thank you, President Allen. I just have one question. On page 26, where it shows there is a disparage in student population to teaching staff in the Hispanic community. But my question is, do we know whether or not that 62.4% are they Spanish-speaking students only?
So for this report, that is not broken out. It's not broken out by language, academic language of the student. It's strictly pulled from the race ethnicity indicators for this piece for TAPER.
So it's possible then that the other ethnicity of the teachers could teach some of those Hispanic students who speak English as well.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Thank you, Madam President. I was just listening to some of the questions, and as my colleagues zero in on the disparity in the African American education compared to, like for instance, on page 4 and 5, I think Trustee Hernandez touched on it. Could part of that, I guess, Dr. Manny, I don't know if it's trackable, but could part of that decrease be because as students graduate, African American families are having fewer children than they did in prior years? I mean, I don't know how that could be measured, but could that be a factor as well?
Yeah, there could be a lot of demographic factors. We know in our Houston metro region that our Hispanic percentage of citizens in our metro region has increased. So it could definitely be just a mirror of that and what our Houston metro region looks like. It absolutely could be various factors. And so until, like Dr. Lathan referenced, until we really dig down and see in certain communities, look at certain birth rates and matriculation rates and aging out of neighborhoods, until we really do a deeper dive, then there's lots of speculation that I have going in my head, but couldn't tell you for sure.
And that was kind of my point, because there are so many factors that could be engaged with the decrease. Obviously, is a major concern for myself as well, and some of the areas that we're talking about with these in general. Gentrification has played a major part of that as well, because you have more densities of people that are moving in that are not African American or Latinos into a lot of these areas. Correct?
Trustee Santos?
Thank you, President Dygard, Dr. Matney, and Dr. Lathan for the presentation. My question is around the enrollment study, Dr. Lathan. I believe we were talking about doing a pilot program back in 2019 with an enrollment study. And I just wondered if we'd moved on that, or if you're planning to do that, especially now that we have the TAPER report.
So you're referring to the collaboration, the partnership with University of Houston, and last year it was stalled due to COVID, and so I'll get an update and send that information to the board.
Okay, so, but moving forward now with, to the point of Trustee Hernandez and Trustee Bluford Daniels, gentrification and charters are heavily moving into areas with high concentration of poverty, and just wondering if that enrollment study would be made a priority, especially since our enrollment is down due to COVID. So I think that any effort in getting our children back would be great. But are you planning on having that enrollment study? Is that going to be on a
it's ongoing. I mean, we're working in collaboration with the University of Houston, and so we'll need to get an update from them as to where we are in the process.
Okay, but I thought that enrollment study was for a particular area concentrated in Southwest Houston, if I recall correctly. Is this going to be an enrollment study for the entire district?
It was for the entire district.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Trustee Flynn Villaseka.
Thank you, President Allen. Thank you so much for the presentation tonight, Dr. Matney. I just have a couple of questions. My colleagues haven't brought up the average teaching staff salaries and the class size. Both of them are addressed here in the report, and it looks like compared to the state, we have opportunity to enhance in that area. So I'm curious as to what our plans are to be able to address teacher salaries and class size.
I will tell you, class size can be addressed first, much easier than the teacher salaries, and I'm being very honest as it relates to our overall budget situation. Moving forward, you're going to hear some information tonight, of course, as it relates to our budget amendment, but as we start planning and preparing the budget for 21-22, of course, salaries are a concern, but based on our current finances, we don't see that the amount increasing within the next year or two.
Thank you for the heads up on that, Dr. Lathan. I appreciate it. And in the class size as well, what are some of the different things that the district is looking at specifically to be able to help alleviate some classes that are larger than other classes and try to get the ratios down?
So looking at, great question, looking at the master schedule, ensuring that as we maximize class sizes, that we don't have some classes that are over-enrolled, have more students, some classes are under-enrolled. And so really taking a look at those master schedules, looking at especially, let's talk about from the high school level, looking at the courses that are offered. This past year has taught us that we can do more virtual learning, we can do more distance learning, where a teacher could be on campus A supporting students on campus B. And so those are some things that we've discussed in the past, and COVID has pushed us to start thinking about that and being able to move on that a little bit faster.
Y'all are muted. Is there any conversation going on in the boardroom?
Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay, so thank you for bringing that up, Trustee Santos. No, so I'm asking about state trends that are decreasing on graduation rates and sort of what the conversation is as far as understanding sort of why those trends are happening statewide.
So we've spent most of our, all of our conversation over the past 9 months around enrollment decreases across the state and trying to recapture our students. And so, of course, like I said, it's not only a statewide issue, it's a national issue. And that, it truly has been around strategies that we can utilize to be able to try to find and locate students and looking at different strategies that other districts have utilized. So that's really been the focus of our conversation. Also, our focus has been around pre-K education and how we not only increase student pre-K enrollment, get it back up for us as a district, get that 4,000 students that we missed this year, to get those numbers back up and trying to focus on pre-K education. No.
Trustee Blue, thank you. Trustee Blueford Daniels?
This is not going to be a popular question, but I just have I'm reaching out to a couple other districts that have returned all the elementary school kids, for the most part, to classes. Is that something that has been considered, or that you all even discussed as far as return of the kids to the classroom, particularly because of our opportunity to try and capitalize on those children that will still be behind in pre-K and kinder up to 3?
So we have not pushed out a district-wide request to go to back to 100% face-to-face. We started in January, where principals can, if students are struggling academically, that they can inform the student and parent through a process that they need to return to face-to-face instruction, but not a district-wide, where I bring a recommendation to the board to say, let's have 100% students be mandated to return. And I don't see making that recommendation in the next, 3 months of the school year.
And I ask that question because in my office there are a lot of kids in the apartments behind the office building, and those kids are out there at 1:30 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And so I'm like, y'all little selves need to be back in somebody's classroom. So that's why I asked that question. So thank you.
Seeing no others in the queue, we will reconvene and continue with our closed session, and we return to open session at 5:00 p.m. Good evening. This regular meeting of the Board of Education has now reconvened at 5:05 p.m. Board members present via Zoom are Trustee Elizabeth Santos. Board members present in the auditorium are Patricia Allen, Trustee Ann Song, Trustee Judith Cruz, Trustee Myrna Guidry, Trustee Sue Dygard, Trustee Donnie Hernandez, Trustee Holly Maria Flynn Villaseca, and Trustee Blueford Daniels. Trustees, please mute your microphone and turn on your video so our colleagues and the public can see you. At each February board meeting, we have the pleasure of featuring the student who won the annual MLK Junior Oratory Competition. HISD would like to thank Foley and Lardner LLP for sponsorship of the 25th annual MLK Junior Oratory Competition. Now, I would also like to ask the Crespo Elementary School Principal, Mayra Ramon, to introduce this year's winner.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, HISD trustees, Dr. Lathan, cabinet, and community members. I'm very pleased to be here this evening. My name is Mayra Ramon, and I am the proud principal of Crespo Elementary Fine Arts Magnet School, located in the east area of HISD. I'm very pleased to say that for the past 2 years, Crespo has produced the first place winners for the MLK Oratory Competition hosted by Foley and Lardner. This year's topic was, how do you think Dr. King's teachings would help us today? The competition and the winning students received widespread media coverage from both local and national media outlets. Now, without further ado, I would like to present to you our very own 4th grade student, Viviana Cerny.
I walked into my Bible study class on a Wednesday night wearing my favorite red fluffy dress with black polka dots, my white ballet zippers with 2 pigtails, and my butterfly hair clips. Greeted by my teacher with a pat on my back, Miss G asked us girls to link hands as we were going to pray. When I noticed the girl next to me didn't want to hold my hand. I asked what was wrong. She kind of saw a repelled look on her face that I was dirty. Says I was brown. We were only 6 at the time. I kept myself together and waited for one another to pick me up. When she arrived, I grabbed her hand and told her what had happened. At 6 years old, I thought it was my fault. But my mother reassured me that it wasn't my fault and that the little girl didn't know any better. I could hear Dr. King whispering to me, I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they're not judged by the color of their skin but by the content of their character. My character should not be judged by the color of my skin. You should call someone a friend because they are trustworthy and kind. I choose to be colorblind. I'd rather be colorblind than let the color of another person's skin get in the way of meeting my best friend. Dr. King said it best. If we do not learn to live together as friends, we die as fools. This summer, my mother turned on the news. I was so surprised at what was going on. First, we heard about George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Vanessa Guillen. On top of that, we are in the midst of a worldwide pandemic that has caused thousands of deaths and continues to do so as of today. Day after day, night after night, protest after protest in what seemed like a war all across America, with fires and raids. I was afraid. I shouldn't feel afraid and unsafe in my own country. I then heard Dr. King reminding me, we must build dikes of courage to hold back the flood of fear. So I say to you, do not let the troubles of this world cause you to stumble, but press on and do not be afraid. I've had time to reflect on how Dr. King's words contain the trials and tribulations that people are experiencing today. I can hear his words ringing in my ear. He would say that hate begets hate, violence begets violence, and toughness begets greater toughness. We must meet the forces of hate with the power of love. Dr. King always preached on the power of love. If we had love, there would not be hate or violence in the world. He would say that darkness cannot drive out darkness, for only light can do that. We would solve issues peacefully, remembering that we are only humans. Dr. King's words would challenge us not to judge each other by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. These words held the truth and still hold the truth today. My final thoughts and strong beliefs agree with Dr. King when he said, the time is always right to do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. We are so proud of you. Please note that we are conducting, I'm sorry. That's not it. February is Black History Month, celebrated throughout school districts across the nation. I'd like to ask Trustee Guidry to present the official proclamation that has been prepared.
Thank you, Dr. Allen, President Allen, for placing me after that exemplary show from the student, and then here come I. Proclamation of Black History Month, February 2021. Whereas each February, Black History Month honors the enduring legacy of struggle and triumph of African Americans and celebrates and acknowledges the significant contributions African American men and women have made to our great city, state, and country. And whereas African Americans have played an important role in the history of Houston and Texas, from the early days of the pioneers to the present day, leading our community in such industries as education, medicine, finance, government, and international trade. And whereas we believe that it is highly beneficial for all segments of our community to embrace and learn from our diverse cultures and to recognize outstanding individuals who have risen above circumstance and become prized role models for not only African American children, but for children of all races. And whereas the HISD Board of Education proudly and gratefully acknowledges the contributions of African Americans at every level of the district, from parents, volunteers, and crossing guards to teachers, district staff, and elected officials, each one an important part of the team. And whereas it is fitting that we set aside a special time to express appreciation for this valued segment of citizens of our community and their important accomplishments. Now, therefore, we, the members of Houston Independent School District Board of Education, proclaim February 2021 Black History Month in HISD and encourage all to acknowledge and celebrate the rich history of African American culture. In witness thereof, on this 11th day of February 2021, Interim Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Renita Latham, President of Board of Education, Dr. Patricia Allen.
Thank you. Hearing of the community. Please note that we are conducting our hearing of the community in two parts in order to prioritize our students who have signed up to speak. We are glad you have joined us online today in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. The Hattie Mae White Educational Support Center is operating at a reduced capacity, and the board auditorium is closed. However, it is still important that we allow time to hear from our students. In order to have our voices heard by the HISD Board of Education, you must have registered to speak with the Board Services Office by 9:30 a.m. today. Speakers should have left a telephone number when registering. District staff will call registered speakers and place them in a Zoom virtual waiting room until time for them to speak. Speakers may also have submitted written comments to be read publicly by a member of the district's administration in case there is a problem with Zoom. Should any registered speakers wish to distribute handout materials to the board, the materials must have been provided to board services via email at boardservices@houstonisd.org by 9:30 a.m. today. We have 6 student speakers who have registered this evening or submitted comments to be read aloud during this portion of the meeting. Comments shall be limited to 300 words or 1 minute each. Please refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as they are protected under the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. Abusive statements or threats of confrontation are not permitted. Any comments in violation of these guidelines will not be read. Ms. Dimmitt?
Thank you. Our first student speaker is Seva Rahman. Seva, go ahead, please.
Good evening, board members. My name is Seva Rahman, and I'm a junior at Kinder High School for the Performing and Visual Arts. and the second district lead for Diversify Our Narrative HISD. Diversify Our Narrative HISD is a student-led organization fighting for the implementation of anti-racist and inclusive literature in HISD's curriculum. At last month's board meeting, 5 of 4 organizers introduced Dawn HISD's cause, the primary recommendations on our petition, the flexibility within our recommendations, and how we plan to go about funding our efforts. Since then, we have met with trustees Young and Santos to further explore the reach of our petition and discuss the importance of requiring diverse texts in our English curriculum. Modifying the material we teach in schools is the first step in fostering a more inclusive and positive future for our country. In order to unteach racism, we aim to promote anti-racism through specific recommendations on our petition. In addition, we have now received over 1,030 signatures on our petition, representing parents, teachers, alumni, and current students from over 35 schools. HISD students have spoken and feel it is imperative that we begin taking steps to combat racism through literature. The 4 other students representing Dawn today will speak on item K1A, how Dawn can impact this provision, how we plan to assist HISD in creating comprehensive anti-racist education, and actions we plan to take to move forward with HISD's Board of Trustees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Cheryl Lee.
Hello, board members. My name is Cheryl Lee, and I am a current high school junior at DeBakey High School for Health Professions. I serve as the head of parent-teacher outreach for Diversify Our Narrative HISD. We at Dawn recognize the board's vision to increase equity in the classroom and to create a vibrant education environment. On page 74 of the agenda, the Beliefs and Vision section details an in-depth list of idealistic educational philosophies. We are also addressing Constraint Progress Measure 3.2, which details the implementation of a central literacy plan across 100% of HISD campuses. Dawn HISD's goal is to increase diversity in literacy across the school district, particularly for high schools. Implementing stories, books, and other literature produced by Black, Indigenous, and people of color will allow students to be immersed in a more culturally significant classroom that allows them to gain a better understanding of race and cultural diversity. Therefore, this will increase the quality of students' education and align with the beliefs and vision of the board. By implementing at least one work of literature written by either a BIPOC author or talks about the BIPOC experience in the central literacy plan required by each campus, this allows for much-needed diversity in HISD education. Although we are pushing for a new requirement within this constraint, we also want to highlight that teachers and schools have their own autonomy to implement diverse literature in any way that they see fit. This requirement is easy to fulfill, and many schools already have a wide variety of diverse literature. And as long as each individual campus implements a single piece of BIPOC literature, we at Dawn see this as an important step in the right direction in shaping the board's vision.
Thank you. Elise Gentry.
Good evening, board members. I am Elise Gentry, a senior at Kinder High School for the Performing and Visual Arts, and an HISD Diversify Our Narrative organizer under the Student Alumni Outreach Committee. Tonight, I'm here to commend HISD for actions that have been taken to combat racial inequality and biases within HISD schools this year, and discuss ways this can be expounded upon. Recently, HISD collaborated with Goalbook to host a 3-part webinar series to create an anti-racist learning environment within HISD classrooms. This training, along with some other initiatives taken by HISD this year, like the establishment of Vanessa Guiller Day to honor her passing, are important steps to furthering unity among HISD. It has previously been established that HISD goals to expand racial equity across the district directly coincide with Diversify Our Narrative mission to stimulate an anti-racist learning environment through the enforcement of English curriculum that centers the voices of BIPOC students through BIPOC text. To further the alignment of HISD goals with this initiative, we propose that our specific goals be shared with the HISD board through a workshop format. A workshop between our 2 groups, of whom are operating community for racial, will allow Diversify Our Narrative to outline how we plan to execute our asks, including curriculum recommendations and solutions for immediate concerns that may arise in the enforcement of such. Finally, the interaction between HIC and our initiative adheres to all established constraints under item K1A of the agenda and all 8 of the bulleted items that fall under item K1B, HIC beliefs on the agenda, demonstrating that supporting the goals of Diversify Our Narrative will only strengthen HIC goals for fostering an equitable and inclusive community across the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Rylan Carroll. Go ahead, Rylan.
Hello.
Go ahead, Rylan. You have 2
Good
minutes.
evening. Good evening, board members. My name is Rylan Carroll, and I am currently a junior at the Kinder High School for the Performing and Visual Arts and a committee member for Diversify Our Narrative, where I focus on local organization outreach. Going forward, we wish to grow our organization's relationship with Trustee Allen in order to implement our priority recommendations into resolutions to be passed by HIC administration. Knowing Trustee Allen's honorable history within HIC, especially her work as a district magnet coordinator and principal at McGregor Elementary High School, where the school earned the Met Standard rating, I am sure she can understand the importance of student investment in school and district goings-on. Therefore, we would like to propose the possibility of involving student voices and our organization in superintendent elections. After taking these first steps, we hope to push our resolution to the finish line with possibilities for positive change and collaboration being evident in parent-teacher webinars, collaborations with Mi Familia Vota, the Organization of Chinese Americans, and hopefully many more. Our organization is so grateful for the opportunity to talk with everyone on the board today, and we commend you for your commitment to furthering education, creating an equitable environment within the district, and we are immensely grateful to be able to support HIC as we move into a new era with fresh policies, more students, and a mindset for progressive change. We hope to make that change and meet with you soon. Thank you all immensely for your time.
Thank you.
Elena Oliveira. Good evening. My name is Elena Oliveira, and I'm a junior at the High School for the Performing and Visual Arts and an organizer for the Parent-Teacher Outreach Committee. I'm here today to address one of the ways we at Dawn HISD believe our demands for diverse curriculum can be incorporated through a board constraint for the superintendent, specifically item K1A, constraint number 3. The superintendent will not allow the district to operate without notifying parents, guardians at least once each 12 weeks about how to help their student if the student is 1 or more grade levels behind in literacy. We believe that the constraints are missing something. It's imperative that accountability for ensuring culturally inclusive texts by authors of color be added to constraint 3. Having these texts is highly important and should be a guaranteed part of the superintendent's role. The issue of representing students in the curriculum is especially crucial in our district, with its largest student ethnic groups being Hispanic and African American. This is a concrete step that needs to be taken to not just celebrate the existence of diversity, but actually incorporate anti-racism and racial education in a way that will positively impact every English classroom in our district. Additionally, literacy, classroom engagement, and representation go hand in hand, and when diverse texts are added, it has an impact on literacy. For example, a National Education Association study led by Christine Sleeter documents the high levels of student engagement and growth in literacy skills when literature by authors of the student's ethnic background was used. As Dr. Albert Tatum of Students at the Center states, motivation highly correlates with reading comprehension, and texts that capitalize on students' interests contribute to motivation. Thank you for your time.
Angel Xavier Elizondo. Climate change is real and it is affecting millions, not just in our hometown, but globally. People need to act. Our leaders need to act. I know for a fact this issue has no generational, political, or demographic boundary. Children and staff throughout the district have seen firsthand the effects of our changing climate, with stronger, wetter tropical storms hitting our shores and costing billions of dollars in damages. This response, when it comes to inclement weather, needs to be completely reworked with caution and safety remaining top priority. We have seen this too often with the Memorial Day flood of 2015, Tax Day flood of 2016, Hurricane Harvey 2017, and just last year with Tropical Storm Imelda. We've seen our streets become rivers. Houstonians are too familiar with these events, but students always have the fear of how it will affect them. Hurricane Harvey caused the most damage to property and an emotional strain to many students. Now, as a senior, I started high school in the aftermath of a historic hurricane and will be graduating in the midst of an unprecedented pandemic. The chaos does not end there, with chemical plant fires my sophomore year and Tropical Storm Imelda my junior year. With all of the environmental chaos that has affected our class, I would like to have some sort of continuity. Knowing this, I continue to advocate for our climate and the negative effect we have had, pushing for more environmentally conscious policies like getting rid of styrofoam plates in the cafeteria, pushing for recycling on campus, and even advocating for our campuses to run on solar power. Implementing these things district-wide will help us little by little and prevent the negative effects we have on our planet. We must remember there is no planet B.
Thank you. And now for our comments to agenda items. We have now come to the portion of our meeting where we hear from speakers to specific agenda items. We welcome all of you who are joining us online this evening. In response to the COVID-19 public health emergency, the Hattie Mae White Educational Support Center is observing Centers for Disease Control and Prevention guidelines. At this time, the Manuel Rodriguez Board Auditorium remains closed to the public for public meetings. However, it is still important that we allow time to hear from members of the community. Only those who have registered with the Board Services Office by online form or email before 9:30 a.m. today will be allowed to speak or have their comments read aloud. District staff will call registered speakers and place them in a Zoom virtual waiting room until time for them to speak. Speakers may also have submitted written comments to be read publicly by a member of the district's administration in case there is a problem with Zoom. Should any registered speaker wish to distribute handout materials to the board, the materials must have been provided to the board services via email at boardservices@HoustonISD by 9:30 a.m. today. We have 47 speakers registered this evening who shall be limited to 1 minute each per board policy. A member of the board services staff will track your time. A clock will signal when your time is up and the call will end. I ask that you please respect our procedures and end your remarks promptly when your time has expired. Additionally, while you are speaking on the call, please mute your computer and other device on which you are watching the board meeting to avoid interference. Ms. Demmett?
Thank you. Our first speaker is Gary Monroe.
Please use the computer and other device on which you are watching the board meeting to avoid.
Mr. Monroe, you may begin. You have 1 minute.
All right, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
I've been all over the country and I've been in board meetings and I'm still trying to figure out why these board meetings are closed to the public. I know it's that time of year where you have to think about the budget, so let's think out loud. Let's think about what I know that you're thinking about, school closures because of the money and because of the issues that we have. So when are we going to be transparent about that? We're not going to sit back and allow anybody to close African-American schools, so you can best believe that I'm on top of it. You better think about it before you do it.
Thank you. Daniel Santos.
Let's think about what I know that you're thinking about, school closures because of the
Mr. Santos, you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Santos, Executive VP of the Houston Federation of Teachers and member of HFT's consultation team. I rise to speak in support of item D3, omitting student performance for this year's teacher summative ratings. We applaud the district's recognition that any test data collected this year would be unsound and inarguably useless as a component of the teacher evaluation system. And our position on the value of any standardized test as a measure of a teacher's worth has never changed, though. It is a primitive and flawed tool. We should be administering the COVID vaccine in our schools, not the STAR test. So please support item D3 and do more to support our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Rivlin.
Thank you. My name is Daniel.
Go ahead, please. You have 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
STAR should not be up for discussion. Next year we'll be lucky if we can get our students back in the building. My students are newcomers to the U.S. Instead of having the flexibility to meet their needs, I've had to administer test after test. Don't worry, it's not for a grade, it's a district requirement. Doesn't make them feel better. This is the first week of TELPAS, a month-long ESL test that will force ELs to come in person. I have 4 students who just started school this week. I had to say, hello, what is your name? Where are you from? Great, now write 3 250-word essays in English. Welcome to the U.S. My kids are depressed, sick, isolated, and grieving. Many aren't showing up for class. They've seen life without school, video games all day. Why would they want to return next year? If we can't make school a place of connection and joy for them, if our priority is testing, we will...
Thank you. Tracy Latson?
Yes?
Go ahead, you have 1 minute.
All right. Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you have 1 minute.
Okay. I, Tracy Latson, a teacher at Meyerland PVA, am in favor of agenda item D3. Trustees, please vote for D3. The CDC has warned us not to gather with family and friends who do not live with us because it can increase the chances of getting or spreading COVID-19. Yet we are encouraging thousands of HISD students to come back to campus for STAR exam. Governor Abbott waived grade promotion requirements for students who don't pass the STAR exam and can still move up to middle school and high school. This means students in grade 3 through 8 won't be held back if they forego exams. Dr. Lathan, unfortunately, you don't have the authority to counsel STAR. You do have the power to inform the parents about the HISD state assessment non-participation policy. A parent or guardian who refuses to allow her child to...
Thank you. Jackie Anderson?
Thousands of HISD students will come back to campus.
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Good evening, HISD trustees and Interim Superintendent Dr. Lathan. I am the president of the Houston Federation of Teachers. I rise to speak in support of agenda item D3. Certainly, we can all agree that this has been a year like none other. Our educators are navigating through murky waters. Active cases are still high in our communities. Our teachers, school staff, and communities are still suffering from the effects of COVID-19. Many are on the brink of collapse. It is not business as usual. Some relief must be afforded to our teachers and students during this pandemic. Since the test will not count, it only stands to reason that these waivers will be considered and approved. Actually, there is no real point in administration since the merits of the STAR as an accurate measure of learning are debatable. That word from the Commissioner of Education that online students could skip STAR testing. Small step in the right direction. All students should be exempt. The STAR administration should be canceled. The test prep for those in attendance would be better spent teaching and supporting those students emotionally and academically and not test prepping. Yes, I do support this agenda item. However, we need to take another step. We need to push on our state officials to cancel the STAR.
Thank you. Claudia Morales. Ms. Morales, you have 1 minute.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you have 1 minute. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Claudia Morales, and I was a bilingual teacher and administrator in HISD for 16 years. I currently serve as the Professional Development Director at the Houston Federation of Teachers. I want to speak for D3 tonight because I firmly believe that student performance should not affect teacher summative ratings. Everyone's lives have been altered. all teachers, regardless of years of experience, feel like new teachers in this unprecedented learning environment. Furthermore, teachers and students have experienced so much pain and loss. As a former district administrator and teacher, I know that over-testing students this year will not yield beneficial results. In my current role, I talk to many HISD teachers daily. They are overly stressed because they have to do 2 jobs simultaneously. Many HISD teachers teach online and in person at the same time. Instead of being supported, they are criticized. Many teachers.
Thank you. Dr. Pamela Boveland. Dr. Boveland, you may begin.
Yes. Good evening. Okay, here we go again. Can we please just stop STAR for all students? Marath has indicated that students that are virtually learning don't have to take STAR. So why can they really demand that our children be tested that are in person just to make the testing companies receive their pound of flesh? Can TEA now claim STAR has some diagnostic value? It hasn't been a diagnostic value because it only penalizes teachers and school ratings. Don't proclaim you have our children's best interests at heart. At the same time, adding the weight of academic survival testing on those in person. Do not proclaim you have the following of science in your mind, at the same time not canceling spring practice tests for 3rd to 8th grade STAR students because they're in class. HISD has the power.
Thank you. Sister Mama Sonia. Sister Mama Sonia, you may begin.
Do I have 1 minute?
Yes, ma'am, 1 minute tonight.
Upon this honor, thanks to all of you who attended the unveiling of the Black History celebration of the George Floyd Black Lives Matter mural in front of Jack Yates. If the district requests a temporary waiver of parts of the teacher appraisal calendar, I have one question. Why should the students in grades 3 through 8 be subjected to the STAR practice test? In light of COVID conundrum, how could they do their best? It's bad enough that teachers are asked to administer and students are asked to take an unnecessary STAR test that won't even come this year. An unnecessary test that has always instilled in so many angst and fear. We further request that you ensure that principals share with parents true STAR information, rather than coerce them to face-to-face instruction. Give parents factual information on the opt-out form as to what they can do and not miss consequences that are simply not true. Dismiss us, refuse us, ignore us, disregard us. Do you really care about us? Wishing you a 2020 wonderful.
Thank you. Josephine Lee. Ms. Lee, you may begin. You have a minute. Josephine Lee, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 1 minute tonight.
Okay. Hello, I am a parent and also a teacher in HISD schools. I'm calling on district to be completely transparent and publicize the options that students and parents have to opt out of the STAR test. Without doing that, basically HISD is forcing parents and students to choose their health over their academic careers. And if we do not be completely transparent about what options students have to protect their own health, then we are complicit in the growing numbers of COVID cases and deaths each day. Thank you.
Rachel Bohanic. Ms. Bohanic, you have 1 minute, please.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I wanted to speak to item D3 and thank the board for considering removing the STAR scores from teacher appraisals for this year.
I hope you vote yes, especially in light of the TEA announcing that virtual students will not be required to come to take the STAR test if they want to remain virtual. I would also like to encourage the board to be proactive and informing families of their rights to opt out of the STAR test in order to keep families and teachers safe at home. So thank you for your consideration. I hope you'll vote yes, and I hope you'll continue the hard work of keeping Houston ISD families and teachers safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexavier Mendoza. Alexavier, you may begin.
Good evening, Board President and Trustees. My name is Alexavier Mendoza, a freshman at Cesar Chavez High School. I joined the Hrc Student Congress in the summer of 2020, and I was eager to start fighting for the students in District 3 as I was the only member in my district. I was under the impression that the Congress was very well structured, but after the first couple of meetings, I started to notice that we would talk about the same issues, and there was no kind of action being taken to solve these issues. The body was being ignored, and our ideas were being put on hold. After we expressed our issues with the speaker, we were then contacted by out-of-state adults who dismissed us from the Congress just for trying to make a change in our district and for letting the trustees know what kind of issues the Congress was facing. Then the founders started to take over the Hrc Student Congress and started paying for students to give their input. My colleagues and I have been in close contact with Hrc administration for 6 months now to bring an item to the board. I am alarmed that it has taken this long for the students to have a platform to express their voice in our school district. If item S2 fails, this sends the message that the board is wanting adults to take over student voice in our district.
Thank you. Christian Salas. Christian, you may begin.
Good evening. I am Christian Salas, a senior at Acer Academy and a student congress member. Last week's agenda's review meeting was a sad day for me and many other students across HISD. I watched it live. I am deeply disappointed that this came up at a time where student safety and mental health is still very compromised. This is not fair. I heard about StuCon from my principal who forwarded me an interest form in November. I then participated in a virtual house meeting where I shared my experiences on what was happening at Eastwood. I also heard stories from students across the district. After attending many more house meetings on topics like school underfunding, standardized testing, and school-to-prison pipeline, I attended StuCon's 3-day-long winter organizing workshop. There I learned about historic issues within HIC, participating in team-building activities, and collaborated with other students to draft future plans for StuCon. Regardless of what happens today, I plan to keep advocating for student voice long-term as I have put so much time, effort, and commitment into this organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Athena Hawk. Athena, you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 1 minute tonight.
Thank you. Hello, board members. My name is Athena Hawk. I'm a sophomore at Kinder Aegis PVA and a StuCon member. I'm a part of March for Our Lives Houston. In November, I heard about StuCon from our chapter leader. I attended my first StuCon house meeting in December, and I was amazed at the in-depth discussions from just one short meeting. A house meeting is a small gathering that's structured to help build relationships among diverse groups of people and surface shared issues. Last Saturday, my fellow member Mateo and I facilitated our first house meeting of the year. We had 19 students attend, 1 from Carnegie, 4 Eastwood, 4 Fur, 5 at PVA, 4 North Forest, and 1 Westbury. Our meeting was on the topic of mental health, and it felt like a very safe space. Mateo will talk about some of the themes that came up. I was hurt by the board wanting to replace us with district-sanctioned students, while they have a group of hardworking students wanting and willing to grow StuCon right in front of them. This is a suppression of student voice, and I'm disappointed to see it.
Thank you. Mateo Ortega. Go ahead, Mateo.
Our meeting was on the topic of mental health.
Hello, board. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 1 minute tonight.
Good evening, Board. My name is Mateo Ortega, and I'm a Student Congress member and a sophomore at Carnegie. As Athena mentioned, I helped facilitate the Student Congress's first House meeting of the semester. Their students spoke over and over about how overwhelming daily assignments and deadlines were during virtual learning. They spoke about how school staff lacked understanding and leniency, how classes were distracting and lacked engagement, and how schools would talk performatively about mental health with no real change. There was no effective way to communicate with adults at their school, and few resources existed to help students with their mental health. These concerns were widely held and deeply felt. Last week's agenda review left me both astounded and sad. Many board members were uninformed and welcomed all sorts of erroneous information about the operation of their own student congress. How can we feel secure about the decisions of HISD if board members are not provided with the basic knowledge of what they're voting for? We hope to sit down and listen to the students in the same way that we have been doing with our House meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Jasmine Alvarez. Jasmine, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Jasmine Alvarez, and I am a junior at Eastwood Academy. I am grateful to my counselor who encouraged me to join UConn in November last year. I then participated in the winter organizing workshop, which is also called WOW for short. Over winter break, there I learned about the history of StuCon and other student organizations around the country and helped develop StuCon's future plans. This organization has helped me step out of my comfort zone and become more open-minded. I am more aware of issues occurring across the district and even more motivated to advocate for student voice. When watching the agenda review last week, I was disappointed by the council's actions discrediting StuCon. I was also shocked at how they could make strong accusations without evidence. My experience in StuCon has shown me that the board is undermining mine and my members' ability to lead StuCon. Regardless of the board's decision, we will continue advocating for students by hosting weekly house meetings and planning for the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yesenia Gaspar. Go ahead, Yesenia.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 1 minute tonight.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Yesenia Gaspar, and I'm a junior at Carnegie. I joined StuCon after signing up for a house meeting in December. I had been discussing with my friend how I feel like my voice or opinions mean nothing in the district, and my experience in StuCon has been the highlight of this school year. Hearing from students from other schools made me realize that many of us face similar issues, so I felt safe opening up to them. Our conversations were profound, and I was surprised by how easily I could share my story since there are all my peers who could relate. After watching the board meeting, I felt very disappointed by the number of lies that are being thrown around us during the meeting. But we know the truth, and we aim to right on that. We will not stoop down to that level because we know the difference between a lie and the truth, and we know that sooner or later, the truth will always come out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Heidi Chapin. Go ahead, Heidi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Heidi Chapin. I'm a sophomore at the Houston Academy for International Studies. I first became active in Student Congress in September by attending a house meeting. After attending about 3 more house meetings and the winter organizing workshop, I've realized that Student Congress has allowed me to push not only my voice in HISD, but the voice for my entire school. StuCon has given me the chance to collaborate with people outside of my school and make a difference to help others. At the agenda review last Thursday, I felt disappointed because StuCon has helped not only myself, but students across HISD. I felt as though the description given to StuCon was not accurate. Student Congress has worked to bring an authentic student voice to HISD for years, and it will continue to do so in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Leon.
With the voice for my entire school.
Go ahead, please.
StuCon has given me the chance to collaborate with people outside of my school and make a difference to help others. At the agenda review last Thursday, I felt disappointed.
Yes, go ahead. You have 1 minute tonight.
Across HISD. I felt as though the description given to
there's someone talking right now.
Yeah, can you mute your background? You have 1 minute.
And it will continue to do so in the coming years. Thank you. Thank you.
Michael Leon.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please, and mute your background if you can.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Oh. Okay. Good evening. My name is Michelle Leon. I am a freshman at Bel Air and a current member of Student Con. In November, my brother sent me a link to a great opportunity, a house meeting where we talked about shared experiences throughout the district. When the house meeting ended, I wanted to be a student voice advocate. I realized my voice was important and could create great change. In December, I participated in StuCon Winter Organizing Workshop, which made me passionate for what I was doing and helped me learn leadership skills. During WOW, we made a future plan that we are now following. Last week, we started hosting our own house meeting to recruit new members. During the agenda review meeting last week, I felt extremely frustrated to hear the opinions of people who have never been involved in StuCon. As a member, I believe dissolving the relationship would neither help nor harm the work we put in. Regardless of your decision, we will continue to fight and speak up. Student voice is key for any improvement in HISD. Power comes from students who actually want to see change. Thank you.
Thank you. David Zool. Go ahead, David.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Board President, Interim Superintendent, and trustee members. Today I'm speaking in favor of item F2 and in favor of this flexibility to the trustees. Right now, the issue before the trustees is not whether to continue to support student voice or eliminate it, but how to sustain it and how to adhere to the board's first constraint, requiring student input so that the board can act on its duties, knowing that it has acknowledged and acted upon student criticism. Right now, the Congress is run by a 23-year-old college student who is currently living in London, and that should be scary. The fact that someone can walk into an organization by high school students, for high school students, and take over its agenda and encourage youth to not walk with HISD by both compensating them and taking control of a narrative is terrifying and completely unacceptable. I urge every trustee to take as much action as is possible today to impact students and allow the interim superintendent and her administration to work alongside students. You have to take action, and it must support students. Thank you.
Thank you. Egla Belizor. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 1 minute tonight.
Okay. Good evening, members of the HIC board. My name is Egla Belazor, and I'm a sophomore at Carnegie. I joined the Student Congress after seeing my school counselors advertise it in November. After attending a few house meetings, I participated in a winter organizing workshop where I learned about the district's history and addressed current concerns and school issues that many students feel are important. We shared our visions about what StuCon could become in the future, which instilled my confidence in growing the organization. It was incredibly thrilling because I got the chance to build a structure, build relationships, and build a sense of community. It's an unforgettable feeling to be able to share a space with other students who have similar stories and share a similar commitment to applying teamwork towards figuring out possible solutions. As I watched last week's agenda review meeting, it shook me up to see that our dedicated effort to strengthening and retaining the organization's ties to regular students rather than, quote, district-sanctioned students isn't appreciated by the school board. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabella Vasquez. Go ahead, Isabella.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Isabella Vasquez, and I'm a junior at DeBakey High School. I'm speaking in favor of item F2, and as some of you may know, I started my relationship with the Congress over a year ago. I was excited to make student voice a priority, but I noticed very early on that progress was stagnant and organization was non-existent. Our unstable membership ranged from as high as 40 members to as low as 5 members, and after pleading with a single member in a position of leadership within the Congress to abide by our bylaws and establish a more efficient structure, our voices were suppressed and our efforts were ignored. After the majority of the membership attempted to rid the Congress of the corrupt hierarchy, we were intercepted by out-of-state and out-of-country adults who claimed authority over the organization and its students. From then on, we were constantly strong-armed into keeping quiet, and said adults attempted to dictate whether or not we had a voice. My peers and I have been working with the HISD administration for several months now to get the issues surrounding student voice brought before the board and to ensure that students had a platform.
Thank you. Jennifer Hamad. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Hello?
Yes, you have 1 minute tonight, so go ahead, please.
Alrighty. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Haman. I'm the current speaker of the HIC Student Congress. This summer, our organization had over 100 prospective students and was on the road to representation from every high school in HISD. Sadly, many of these students were run off by the disruptive behavior of 3 students who are currently the subject of a bullying investigation. The same 3 students whom you are now supporting in the formation of the new organization. We have always had a rapport with HIC administration, and since my involvement in HIC StuCon, we've been begging HIC administration and trustees on this board for a voice and a relationship, but have been ignored. So stating that there have been active attempts to discourage our students from reaching out to HIC or from building a relationship is absolutely unfounded. I've been in contact with HIC admin, including Ms. Patty Sizek, Maria Burlock, Mr. Jared Bryant, Ms. Vicencio, and Mr. Cox as recently as December of 2020. Unfortunately, it is not our organization that is uncommunicative, it is HIC administration. StuCon's voice has been completely suppressed by a group of students who have successfully bullied me, violated district policy, school laws, of the state of Texas and are now being rewarded for their poor behavior. Know today that if you go ahead to dissolve your relationship with HIC Student Congress in favor of the new organization.
Thank you. Andy Dewey.
Reaching out to HIC or from.
Go ahead, Mr. Dewey.
Good evening. I'm Andy Dewey, and I speak on behalf of the thousands of students I've taught over a 40-year career. Several years ago, one of my students who was working on his 11th grade project came to me to discuss his idea and ask for my advice. He was interested in creating an organization that could bring the voice of students into the administrative decision-making process of the district. I gave him some advice and the names of some individuals to contact in the district, and he took it from there. It wasn't long before he recruited core leaders from many different schools, and Student Congress was born. They worked very, very hard over the coming months, and they built relationships with school board trustees, administrators, and even one superintendent. They were able to fill the boardroom during school board meetings, and before long, they became the voice of students in HISD. They used their influence to influence and change the student code of conduct. They wrote a lawsuit brief to intervene in the lawsuit. They managed to get a grant.
Thank you. Ted Weisgold. Go ahead, please.
Dear members of the board, I am the unofficial advisor to the HISD Student Congress. With that standing, I feel I must address F2. There has been resistance on the part of principals in recruiting students to the Congress. There is a parallel matter before HISD. In 2019, the State Board approved African American Studies. I thought by now this course would be in all 43 HISD high schools. It's in 5. I know the students now involved in StuCon will be vigilant, holding you to your word, but unless you get principal support, what you do is meaningless. Hearing student opinions should be important to you. Vote as you will, but keep this issue front and center. Your constituents and society deserve no less. Thank you.
Demetron Dotson.
Too inconvenient.
Go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 1 minute.
All right. Good evening, Board of Education. I'm a proud StuCon alum from Stephen F. Austin. I was an active Student Congress member since its founding and served as a former chairperson. I want to share a story with you. When I was a sophomore, 14 years old, with no car, with a single mom out working 9 to 5 to feed a family of 5, I had to ride a 2 to 3 hour metro bus route to get to the second floor of Hetty Mae White for a StuCon meeting. Out of the hundreds of students in our emails who were ready to join, only 25 were able to show up because Hetty Mae was too inconvenient for parents and students. We finally decided to have monthly meetings in different locations in order to recruit members throughout the district, which brought our recruit weight to an average of 100 members per meeting. However, different locations became inconvenience for students' parents to keep children involved. In our time, in my time of StuCon, we notified the board multiple emails throughout the years that we needed your help. We told
Hello?
You have 1 minute, Kate.
Great, thank you. Good evening, board. My name is Kate Ham, and I graduated from HSPVA in 2016. I'm a proud StuCon alum and proud to be from HISD. There's a chance you may remember me from the 2016 TEDx HISD conference, for which I was the chief organizer with StuCon. While I'm still very proud of the event, this is in little thanks to HISD despite the event's name. Our youth-led group planned the TEDx event months in advance with absolutely zero mentorship from the district. We reached out to HISD multiple weeks in advance of the event to secure funding, but replies were too slow to make any meaningful progress. Besides recording the event, we did everything without HISD, including securing a venue and a costly banner through some lucky connections. HISD did not even help advertise the event. You would think that the district would have been proud that students are speaking up at a formal event about topics such as school underfunding, racism, and sexual assault. Whether or not the district supports us, StuCon has always and will always support student voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Jaleesa Bass. Go ahead, Jaleesa.
All right, hi, my name is Jaleesa, and I am a StuCon alumni, as well as an alumni from Jack Gates High School. During my first semester in StuCon cabinet in 2016, I had made complaints about the district about my high school. Yates was doing the best that they could with what they had, but we lacked the basic essentials like toilet paper and copy paper. And about these concerns to our StuCon liaison, who was in charge of high school principals at the time, my principal told me to be quiet and not to speak about the things that was going on to outsiders. However, I continued to speak out about the issues happening in our school, and the StuCon liaison started talking to us and taking us more seriously. From then on, he met with the StuCon team twice a month to hear concerns from students across the district. However, after Christmas break, he suddenly left, and after that, we had no one to help, no one left to get things done that what we had planned out. The new officer never met with us, and he only left us with a security contact to help us get a few resources. It was very heartbreaking to learn that he didn't even care enough to hear us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Courtney. Go ahead, Michelle.
Yes, I would just like to thank Superintendent Lathan and Police Chief Lopez of HISD Police for allowing our students from Wheatley, Cashmere, and North Forest to have a seat at the table for the Student Government Council. I also would like to say that our students need to be heard at the campuses, and I also like to thank Trustee Kathy Ballard Bluford Daniels for supporting our schools.
Thank you. Martha Aguirre. Go ahead, Ms. Aguirre.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Marcia Guiller. I graduated from Westbury High School in 2018. I'm a proud StuCon alum and proud to be from HISD. When the board, state lawmakers, and city leaders were scrambling to find a replacement for Superintendent Carranza, I wrote an op-ed with a nonprofit leader in the Houston Chronicle. The idea was simple. Let students sit on the committee to select the next superintendent. As you all know, superintendents lead the priorities and vision of a district. The Congress at the time felt that this is where we belong, not merely because we're students, but because we're an advisory board to HISD. While I forwarded this idea to school board members who are here today, their answer was, unfortunately, a long-winded no. The board had no interest in pursuing student voice and learning the most critical decision. The district at no point made an effort to reach out to the Congress, even after I wrote my op-ed. Like many of my peers, I was ignored, even in my capacity as speaker. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amy Fan. Go ahead, Amy.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Amy Fan. I'm a proud HIC graduate and a StuCon co-founder. I've been informally advising StuCon for these past few months, but The members have spoken loudly and clearly for themselves already. I also work for the Institute of Engagement, a youth civics class that was founded by 6 StuCon alum, including myself, back in 2017. The Institute of Engagement helps young people take responsible ownership of their Houston. We've launched a free year-long civic fellowship for high school students and traveled to conferences around the country to learn best practices for working with young people. Recently, we launched a publication, the paid journalism fellowship for high school students, and are working on many other projects. In our founding, we had support from the late Manuel Rodriguez and Richard Carranza, and we were and still are the youngest grantees of in the Simmons Foundation's history. The Houston Endowment granted us 6 figures just last week, and we're their youngest grantees as well. The Institute of Engagement was born from StuCon, and it's here to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Uyosa Elegon. Go ahead, please.
Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
My name is Uyosa Elegon. I'm a StuCon alum. May 10th, 2018, I introduced the Institute of Engagement alongside speaker Dana Rodriguez. Of many things, IE was an opportunity for alum to assist StuCon in close proximity as the students did the work that they wanted to do with assistance from us. Soon after that board meeting, I sent emails to board members requesting assistance and pled for help at the June 14, 2018 board meeting. Both attempts went unanswered. In fact, management of the grant funds became so inefficient that my own funders at the Simmons Foundation intervened fall of that year. Now, IE is outside of the district because of that neglect. If you give me more time, I can offer more insight on the several gaps within the plan that you have for a student advisory committee. But for now, moving forward looks like you publicly apologize in writing. Superintendent Lathan, any board member who ignored any invite from any student, and Rick Cruz, I really urge you to apologize because you are acting on allegations that we all see to be false now. Students.
Thank you. Andrew Farias. Go ahead, Andrew.
Good evening, members of the HISD board. My name is Andrew Farias, and I'm giving this speech from Northfield, Minnesota, where I'm a 4th year at Carleton College. I'm also an inaugural graduate of Energy Institute High School's class of 2017, a proud StuCon alum, and one of the co-founders of the Institute of Engagement. During my 4 years working with IE, I've had to spend thousands of dollars of my own money on programmer materials and wait months to be reimbursed by the district. Most recently, I'm currently waiting on a check for over $5,000. As a college student, I make about $3,000 a year with my on-campus job. Hearing the HISD has somehow found funding to create a brand new district-sanctioned student group was hurtful. I'm disappointed in district leaders for letting it come to this, but I remain hopeful the HISD Student Congress will prevail in uplifting student voices regardless of where you all stand in the matter. I'm a proud alum of HISD Student Congress, a proud member of the IE team, and I'm looking forward to letting our voices truly be heard today. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Williams. Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Good evening, Dr. Lathan and board trustees. My name is Michelle Williams, president of the Houston Education Association, TSTA-NEA. Board trustees, on behalf of the members of Houston TSTA-NEA, I'm asking that you all support Student Congress and vote no to dissolving its relationship with HISD. The creation of charter schools is a good reminder of the consequences of dissolving entities when a particular group of people feel that those organizations should no longer exist. The members of Houston TSTA believe that the relationship between HISD and Student Congress can be salvaged. I'm asking you all to vote no to item F2, approval of the resolution to dissolve the relationship between HISD and Student Congress. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Gahn.
HISD school doesn't mean their voice is excluded.
Go ahead, Tracy.
Hello?
Yes, you have 1 minute.
Good evening, board members. Thank you. Good evening, board members. On page 1 in the beliefs section of your AE local, you state that meaningful engagement in the community is important in all major decision making. My community was recently impacted by a non-bond construction project, but we were excluded from the decision making until after the project was permitted. Community engagement during the planning stages of non-bond construction projects is critical to project success and district trust. The district is accountable to our entire community, not just the enrolled students. All taxpayers share ownership of our schools. Engagement in these projects should be the responsibility of construction services, not the school leadership. School leaders should be focused on student and staff support, especially during the pandemic crisis. On page 11 and 12 of K1A, I ask that you please adjust the item for central office accountability. It is a wonderful opportunity to have parents as partners, and we need to make the same inclusion for our communities. Just because someone doesn't have a student currently enrolled in an HISD school doesn't mean their voice is to be excluded. Equity on all fronts. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Al Kashani. Go ahead, please.
I can hear you. Good evening, trustees, Madam President, and Madam Superintendent. My name is Al Kashani with Horizon Group International. I'm glad to be here tonight to support agenda item number 1.3A. We have partnered with G Unity Curtis Jackson, aka 50 Cents, to bring a contribution to the HISD and our great school districts and the community. The program that we are sponsoring with HISD initials starts with a $300,000 funding, and we are hoping through matching grants and other dollars, we can raise that money to $1 million to educate our students. The program will be teaching 10th, 11th grade students of Kashmir, Whitley, at Warding High School, a business education class that it will be in line with the MBA level schools such as University of Houston, Harvard, etc. I want to thank Dr. Layton for...
Thank you. Elizabeth Martin. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. I hope you're all safe and dry and warm this evening. I'm honored to be given a moment to address all of you. My name is Elizabeth Martin, and I work with Al Kashani and Curtis Jackson on this new and exciting educational endeavor. As a former high school teacher myself, it is endearing to see the passion these two men have to further educational endeavors as HISD's young men and women. If you don't know Mr. Jackson's story, it may surprise you to know that he is a business leader and a two-time author. And Mr. Kashani is a fourth-generation builder who specializes in advocating for the underdog. They come from different backgrounds, but that's what makes the G Unity and Horizon United partnership so strong, because we all have the same end game, to continue creating successful business ventures and to give back to communities. Dr. Lathan leads a legion of individuals who know that not every kid has a fairy tale beginning, and programs that take extra interest and care are true lifelines for students. Our entrepreneurial program embraces this and has a hands-on approach with students. In our first year, we will begin with 3 schools, Kashmir, Worthington, and Wheatley. Each lesson...
Thank you. Kirsten Ockenbrand.
For the underdog. They come from different backgrounds.
Go ahead, please.
Hi there. I am Kirsten Aikenbrand. I have 2 kids at Harvard, and I'm begging you to do what's right for our teachers and therefore our children. Teachers are suffering, trying to meet competing demands made of them by everyone from the federal government to parents. I implore you to do what is in your power to make it easier for them. We're surviving a pandemic. I don't care about grades or performance this year, only that my children retain their curiosity and love of learning. The pandemic is a force majeure. It's absurd that TEA and Abbott haven't taken action to cancel the STAR. Still, HISD can immediately decrease the burden on our teachers, cancel all practice tests, they distract from learning, and rob students of instruction time, which I feel compelled to remind you they lost last year and a fraction of this year due to the need for teachers to flex between in-person and virtual. Our teachers are on the brink. My child's teacher was previously named Teacher of the Year. She quit in the middle of the year. You should be alarmed. If we don't do something now, more teachers will resign. Our communities are going to suffer the consequences for generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Banner.
My children retain their curiosity and
Go ahead, please.
The pandemic is a force majeure.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You have 1 minute tonight.
Thank you. I am a second grade teacher in HISD. I am competing with 30 to 40 teachers on my campus to have the strongest internet signal every single day. I do not win most of the time. How can we improve this? Stronger internet funding for all schools. Students are learning in a hybrid fashion or virtual fashion for the first time ever. No one has ever done what teachers have done in the history of teaching. It breaks my heart when I have to sit down at my computer and troubleshoot internet issues while 24 students are told to, quote unquote, read a book. The sad truth is that that's all I can ask them to do while I do my best. I'm asking you to do your best. Talk to whoever you know who knows how to fix this problem. Teachers battle feelings of hopelessness on the daily. Improving our internet speed would be one way to improve one part of this new style of education. Thank you.
Thank you. Tarn Whaley. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. I'm an HISD middle school teacher. The community has a right to transparent operations. Wouldn't this mean that public-facing information should be accurate and timely? HISD's COVID dashboard regularly fails to reflect the actual number of active cases on campus. Despite new cases, numbers for my campus have remained static for weeks. It's currently accurate, but purely coincidentally. Even a stopped clock is right twice a day. If the board is committed to transparency, we need to start with health and safety. In the midst of a global pandemic, teachers, students, parents, and staff have been asked to operate in an informational house of mirrors. It's been difficult to know what's real. Sure, we have a dashboard, and sure, it looks convincing, but numbers that aren't accurate are useless. Information that's out of date is damaging. A commitment to transparency can't just be lip service. It needs to be a promise that we strive to make good on each and every day. Thank you.
Christopher Williams. Good evening, trustees. My name is Christopher Williams. I'm an HISD teacher. I'm speaking to advocate for approval of item D3, which would omit the student performance component of the teacher evaluation for this school year. Although I do believe that student performance should play an important role in determining teacher effectiveness, the COVID-19 pandemic has greatly impacted our ability to accurately and effectively assess student performance. TEA has already granted performance waivers to school districts, and it's therefore only fair that these same considerations be extended to classroom teachers. Thank you for your time. Naseeb Gill signed up and wrote, I will read my speech. Coretta Fontenot, good evening. I'm addressing items D3, F2, and I3. With respect to item D3, I hope that this board will recognize the tremendous efforts our teachers and students are making by waiving certain requirements of board policy DNA local of the teacher appraisal and development system for the school year 2020-2021. Please consider all the challenges of teaching and learning in the midst of a pandemic and trying to do everything well while being concerned about health and safety issues at work and in the larger community. Additionally, I'm against the dissolution of the relationship between HISD and the formerly created Student Congress. I believe that this organization has served student voices well and can continue to grow student leaders by affording them the opportunity to have a safe space in HISD to raise concerns that directly affect their learning, growth, development as true advocates for the student population in HISD.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Lathan. My name is Nicholas McDermott, a senior at Cashmere High School and an active Student Congress member. While being a member of Student Congress, I have increased my knowledge of different areas of concern within our district. It is my belief that Student Congress is where students can have authentic conversations to find solutions to problems and increase their awareness of district issues. I'm writing this statement with the hope that this statement will help each of you understand the importance of Student Congress to me as a black male student within the Houston Independent School District, the largest school district in the state of Texas, and the 7th largest district in the nation. Thank you for listening and thank you for your time and consideration.
Zakir Tamiz. My name is Zakir Tamiz. I'm a proud HISD graduate, and I co-founded the Student Congress in 2014. Earlier, you heard from 10 students who have been doing student voice work for several months. They're dedicated, skilled, and caring. Last fall, Student Congress revitalized this organization to ensure its long-term success. Over the years, StuCon defended HISD in the Texas Supreme Court in 2015, proposed legislation in the Texas legislature in 2017, distributed the largest student survey on COVID reopening in Texas in 2020. The current students who are brilliant will do more. Now your alumni will discuss longstanding issues that HISD neglected. HISD has the oldest and most prominent student advocacy group in Texas. The question is tonight, do you want to sideline it or learn about and address the chronic underlying problems? It's your choice. StuCon students and alumni continue to recruit, train, and teach Houston young people to take responsible ownership of the city and the district we love.
Zoe Parker. Good evening. My name is Zoe. I'm a StuCon alum from DeBakey. In the 2016-17 school year, my colleagues and I worked closely with an HISD staff member who served as a liaison but did very little to assist us. We told him our plans for the school year, requested small funding for projects, easier access to our funds, and emails sent to schools. We didn't get any of those things. I doubt any of you use the Metro, but if you do, you'll know that Yates High School is a central accessible location. We asked the district for bus passes to hold meetings at Yates, but they wanted our students to pay for bus passes and get reimbursement checks in the mail. If students could afford bus passes up front, they wouldn't need to be reimbursed. It's like the district had no idea their students financially struggled. As a student, I was excited for the possibilities of our partnership with HISD, but as time has revealed, there has been no evident interest and effort on the district side.
Victor Madrano wrote, I will speak. And lastly, Carmen Nuncio. My name is Carmen Nuncio. I'm an HISD parent, grandparent, and lifelong advocate for students and teachers. Dr. Lathan, you need to stop scaring the principals so they are too afraid to do what's right. The principals know we are in the middle of a pandemic. They know how unsafe it will be if all the kids come back for STAR. They may be afraid that you will fire them if they tell parents the truth. The new educational philosophy says that meaningful engagement with the community is important in major decision making. If you want to be true to that, you need to tell the parents the truth this year. STAR does not count for anything in elementary school and middle school, and principals need to tell parents that their kids will be promoted no matter what, because STAR is not being used for promotion this year or for school ratings this year. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Don't we owe our communities transparency and honesty? You're only saying safety is our top priority. It should be the top priority for our students and our teachers, and it's not. Our teachers should be the first people to get the vaccine. That concludes our speakers to agenda items.
We are now ready to hear from Dr. Lathan on instructional continuity. Trustees, please hold your question.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to present the February instructional continuity update. Just want to kind of redirect your attention to our student enrollment. As of January 22nd, we have 195,316 students. As we've stated since last August, or actually September when school started, our enrollment is down, and we have worked to locate our students. I'm not sure it disappeared from our screen. That's okay, I'm good. Trustees, I know you have a copy of the PowerPoint in front of you, but we want to make sure we get it on the screen for our public. In-person versus virtual learning. I want to recognize our principals and our teachers for the outstanding job that they're doing educating our students in the middle of this pandemic. Currently, we have about 85,000 students actually attending school in face-to-face instruction. And we have another 108,000 learning at home remotely. And like I said, I want to just thank all of our staff members for their hard work over the past several months. I want to go back that we're down about 11,000 students. Tonight, trustees, you're being asked to vote on an amended budget. And so I felt it was important tonight for us to talk about our budget as a part of instructional continuity. If you don't have a budget, or you don't have the funds, you cannot support and we cannot meet the board's goals. And so this presentation tonight incorporates information about our amended budget that we're presenting that has an impact on instruction. And so this is, I'm going to ask Chief Reed to take over the next couple of slides, and then I will close it out.
Good evening, trustees.
I'll drive.
You'll drive? Okay. Interim Superintendent Lathan. I'm going to walk through the February budget amendment. Kind of broke it down into some blocks to talk, and some kind of related blocks to hopefully kind of see how things are interrelated and what the changes are that we're asking for. This slide right here, it's a little bit different from the first one. Obviously, that was January 22nd, I believe is what it was. This slide is actually what our PEIMS enrollment was. So this is what we sent to TEA. And it does show you, of course, by grade level that, the majority of those students that we've lost, 11,500 students, are at our elementary levels. And the majority of those, of course, are pre-K and K. So let's talk a little bit about revenues. So revenues are about 1% above what they were back in June. We actually thought that they might drop a little bit back in June. It was $197 billion. So it's actually a little over $198 billion right now. So it has increased. We are keeping the collection rate right now at 97%. That is lower than our past years. But right now our tax collections are behind prior year. The maintenance operations tax rate is 0.9664. We built it on 0.9510, so that's also part of the reason that our property tax is increasing the revenues. Sorry, that's one bullet over. But we budgeted 207,809 students whenever we built the budget, which was about 1,500 students less than the prior year. But we are, of course, down to 196,650. So that is also kind of a reason why we're bringing forward revenue adjustments. Just a note for everyone: if our property tax collections increase, then recapture increases, and vice versa. So if our tax collections go down, then we pay less in recapture, and it's dollar for dollar. Change in our foundation school program. So the main reason for that one is an increase in our TIRZ payment, our tax increment reinvestment zone payment, due to higher property values and the tax rate. So that is really just really for one thing. Our Tier 2 funding, those are the golden pennies. So those are the pennies. First of all, the board voted back in September last year to add one more of those. Remember, that was the one where we had to do a unanimous vote for 1 penny. Those pennies are not subject to recapture. So we collect all the taxes on those, and we do not have to send any of that back to the state. An increase in property values and decline in students creates a higher yield per penny, but this lowers the amount of Tier 2 funding due to being closer to the guaranteed yield. So it also, as student population increases, then the amount we get for Tier 2 goes up and down. So the closer we are to the yield, the guaranteed yield that's in statute, then the closer we are to that, the less Tier 2 funding we get. So what Tier 2 does is it basically makes up the difference in getting you to whatever that top yield is. The further away from it you are, the more Tier 2 you get. The available school fund. So when we were working on this in the spring, the rate that we had at the time was about $250. However, the actual rate right now is $411. I was really kind of surprised to see that number. It's lower than it was 2 years ago, but it is surprising that it was actually kind of that high. Again, though, this is not dollars that the district gets to keep. If under HB 3, if the available school fund goes up, we just pay more recapture. If the available school fund goes down, then we pay less recapture. So it is really it doesn't really impact the district's revenues that we get to keep, unless of course we have increase in students. Prior year property value audits. So this is one-time revenue, and this is those numbers you saw as far as getting revenues from property value audits. Those big numbers of revenues from prior years is going to come to almost a screeching halt. It'll be much lower in future years. Prior year values and under old law, when we use prior year dollars, those were years where we got to it was like a lag. We got to keep additional dollars. But as we started to give refunds And as property values got adjusted, values got lowered. So what happened was then the state considers us less wealthy. And when we go in and say, okay, TEA, our property values in 2017 were lower, then we get those dollars back because they consider us less wealthy. That's not going to happen going forward. We will still file protests, but it'll really impact mainly our Tier 2 funding. And it's just one time, again, it's just one-time dollars. So, you don't build those in as recurring funds. We also got a Harvey rebuild reimbursement. You all saw that last fall. I believe it was December we brought that to the reports related to that. That is one-time revenue again to go towards a rebuild of Scarborough, Braeburn, Coulter, and Mitchell. And it's from funds that TEA doesn't expect us to get reimbursement from insurance or FEMA. Now, these dollars were taken from the board's reserve for operations, which is a committed fund balance. And at the time that those dollars were taken out, an amendment at the table was put out that if the district received funds for these four rebuilds, that those dollars would go to replenish the reserve for operations. So those dollars have got to go back into that, and you all will see a board item in June that'll put those dollars back in. Investment earnings, obviously, is due to declining interest rates. Throughout 2020, we do not expect any kind of recovery until 2023. And then rentals and miscellaneous revenues, we are not renting out facilities right now, so those dollars are going down. Then purchase rebates are expected to be lower just because of lower expenditures. The TRS behalf that you see, that's an accounting entry. It just recognizes the state's portion of TRS. It has an offsetting appropriation. So the total amount of TRS revenue is the total amount of TRS appropriation. And it's just a paper entry. There's no cash, no real transaction. It's just an accounting entry. Then federal revenues is primarily due to revenues expected from indirect costs from nutrition services. Of course, in the budget amendment, you all see where revenues are significantly declining in nutrition services. So we will not receive any of the indirect costs related to that, but yet we still have those costs in general fund for supporting the program. Excuse me. Interest earnings. Is that the same slide? Oh, sorry, there we go. I was having a deja vu moment there. So this is really this is the numbers that go along with what I just talked about previously. And I broke these into kind of blocks. So the things that are related to the school finance formula is our local property taxes, what we collect, our foundation school program, the Tier 2 golden pennies. The Tier 2 golden pennies are actually in the foundation school program, but I broke those out. And then the change in the available school fund rate. So our state funding formulas went up by $70 million. The one-time state funding that we got, those are the two pieces I talked to you about, which is the prior year property value audits and the Harvey rebuild, which is about $73 million. And then we had our other changes that I talked about, smaller changes in our other revenue sources. So our revenues in total, if you look on your board agenda at the top at revenues, you see revenues going up by $143 million. Okay. So let's talk about then. Okay, so yeah, revenues went up by $143 million. So what's next? So along with that, there are offsetting appropriations that are part of those calculations. So first of all, we have TERS. Remember, the TERS went up, but a portion of that we get reimbursed through the state. We get a reimbursement on the M&O portion of what we pay to TERS. TRS on behalf was $7 million. So, but again, that had an appropriation, had a revenue, but it also has an appropriation. Okay. And then we have to pay recapture now of an additional $139 million. Total payments $151. So if you look at the revenues net of the appropriation changes, the things that are related to the revenues, it's really a $7.5 million decrease. And just note that one-time funding is 73 of that. Okay. So back in June of last year, the district adopted a budget with a $33 million deficit. In August and September, we brought forward amendments that had carryover of purchase orders, encumbrances from the prior year. We also brought forward some additional costs for special education. We also had some chief academic officer virtual supports. And then we also brought you some COVID requests for PPE, plexiglass, social distancing, the cleaning costs, the enhanced cleaning, folks going around and cleaning the high-touch areas regularly. And then, of course, devices and hotspots. So the budget deficit prior to the budget amendment was $199 million. Okay. However, we have reserve adjustments for a portion of that. Dollars that we've set aside. It's like having multiple savings accounts set aside for multiple purposes. We had funds for the Public Facility Corporation. That's $18 million. This is the last year we'll be making that payment, so that will no longer be part of the budget next year. We have $57 million for the encumbrances, the POs and so forth that were brought over from prior year that had not finished liquidating. And then we also had funds for enterprise resource planning that included our some SAP costs as well as the student information system that continued before it went live. But we also have to then bring in or take away the money that we're going to put in the reserve for operations. That's that $34 million that has to go back. And then depending on what budget we adopt for 21-22, there'll be about $10 million that we need to move from unassigned fund balance into the reserve for operations so that it's whole. We haven't talked about this reserve for operations really since Hurricane Harvey, so many of you probably have not heard too much about it, but we do have a board policy that sets aside 5% of the district's adopted budget into a reserve for operations that requires the board's 2/3 vote to be able to use those funds. That has really kind of been put on hold for 3 years. We took out $56 million. I'm sorry, just lost my number. For the rebuild, the $34 million is going to go back in. Our budget has declined over these past few years. So I'm expecting that we need an additional $10 million to make us whole to start implementing that board policy and putting 5% into the reserve for operations going forward. So with these changes, the budget deficit we had in $199 million drops to $155. And then we add our net changes in revenues, recapture, TERS, from the previous page, then the deficit to $163 million before we talk about the appropriation changes that we're bringing forward. So I'll show you the schedule on that next. So that was kind of the text. So here's the actual numbers. There's the TERS I talked about. It's an appropriation. So of course it adds to the deficit. TRS recapture adds to the deficit. So that's that $7.5 million deficit I talked, revenue changes, sorry, not deficit, net of recapture and TERS. So you have these revenues, state revenues, federal revenues, local revenues, but you also have appropriations that go along with that calculation. So what I'm trying to show you here is if you see $143 million, it's not really $143 million you can use. There are other things that you have to apply to it first before you start looking at your budget amendments. So, and then I talked about, okay, there's the June deficit of $33 million. And as of September 20, we added another 165, which was from the carryover and so forth, the things I just went through. And then here are the fund balances, 18 coming back in from PFC, 57 from our encumbrances, ERP projects is 12, but then there's 44 going out. That's the 34 from Harvey. And the additional 10, I think we'll need to make that, to start following that board policy again moving forward. So we're starting with $163 million deficit. Enrollment-based appropriation changes. We have the performance contract campus enrollment actually had a net increase, really attributable to Texas Connections. It's a net increase of $3 million. Other charter schools actually had declines, so it's a net increase, but the actual increase in dollars will be going to the Texas Connections Academy. For final budget settle-up, campuses had a deficit of $46 million. We did a 50% hold harmless of $23 million whenever we did our fall settle-up that we do every year. So between the $3 million increase and the $23 million budget reduction, then that took the deficit down to $143 million. However, of course, we have other costs that we need to bring in. COVID is a big piece of that. $41 million for devices. Half of that for devices, facility cleaning supplies, PPE, our health screening app, and also some supplemental nursing support, some staff to assist with the nursing needs of the district. Half of the $41 million is devices. Operation connectivity was a negative. So that was $9.9 million that we're now able to reduce the budget by. We asked for that back in September, I believe. But this is part of the CARES Act funding that the state has provided. And we got $9.9 million back. Half of that came from the county, and half of that came through TEA. The department district-wide cuts of $16 million, they're in areas like supplies, travel, stipends, some capital outlay. We don't have any election costs this year. Utilities will be a little bit lower. Also transportation. We're not obviously transporting all students because we don't have full attendance on site this year. So these changes increased our deficit to $157 million. So that is where we are at this point with this budget amendment, is $157 million budget deficit. Again, those are just the dollar amounts for the things that I just went through. And then it breaks down each of the costs for the appropriation changes that we're asking additional funding for COVID. So let's talk a little bit about unassigned fund balance. Our unassigned fund balance 18-19 was $512 million. So that's what we started with in 19-20 before the pandemic came along. The unassigned fund balance in 19-20, June 30 of 2020, was $655 million. So we increased it by 142. We did put spending controls in place, along with district closure. Also, created those savings. So it was multiple things that created those savings. So thankfully, we had that increase in unassigned fund balance to be able to tap into this year. The February budget amendment reflects a $497 million fund balance, or a use of $157 million. You just saw that on the previous slide. We just received $12 million through the Coronavirus Relief Fund on Friday. So that is not included in here. We'll bring that forth on the next budget amendment we bring forward. But we have reduced an additional $12 million. So we are actually down to a $145 million deficit as of today. And that would take our unassigned fund balance down to, or up to, 509 from the 497. So moving in the upwards direction. We are still waiting on approval of the prior period purchase reimbursement, the PPRP application of about $15 million. So once, hopefully all that is approved, then those would be some additional dollars we should be receiving later this spring. The devices have to be received by February 28th, so I don't expect anything from this till probably April, May, or even June on the actual reimbursement until they determine actually how much of the dollars they're going to use. So if that full $15 million is approved, then our unassigned fund balance will be $524 million, and take our deficit down to $130 million. So the fund balance that's in the February budget amendment is based on the budget, not actual expenditures. So it's on a budgetary basis. There will be some unspent funds for 2021. So I don't expect we're going to fall below that $524 million. So we'll have some funds to address some needs going forward in the next year. This is just the financial schedule to kind of see that flow. But there's the $655 million beginning fund balance and the unassigned of $497, which you see on your schedule in the bottom right-hand corner. You see that $497,174 in there. I did note on here we did get the $12.3 million. If we get the 15.3 as well, then that comes out to unassigned fund balance of $524 million. So thankfully we did have those unspent funds from last year to get us through a year. It does not take us back. It does not take us below where we were at that we started at before this pandemic started.
Thank you, Chief Reed. I know that's a lot of information, and we're going to move through the additional information as it relates to our instructional continuity update, and then trustees take your questions. But it's important to not only understand what you're voting on, we're asking you to vote on tonight, but to understand how all that works to support the 196,000 students that we currently serve in the district. So just so you're aware of the various methods that our teachers use to actually assess where students are. And I don't see the PowerPoint. So I'm going to keep going. Like I said, trustees, you do have the PowerPoint in front of you. But teachers use a variety of assessments. They check for understanding, exit tickets, completion of CTE courses. They use screeners and different types of formative assessment to assess whether our students are. We just completed the first semester. I know we've been watching other districts and they were talking about their grades and reporting out. But remember, our semester ended on January the 29th. Teachers still had that opportunity to update and place some grades in. And so we have pulled some final reports. Our Research and Accountability Department is actually working on a report that I will be presenting to the board as it relates to failures and student achievement for the first semester of the school year. Our students also, the students that failed in our high school courses, do have access to our district-wide credit recovery program. They have an option to participate either 5 days of instruction, 2 hours a day, or 2 days of instruction, and then they can make up the additional time. Students are able to take courses that they failed previously. They cannot take a course that they've passed in order to try to take it again to get a higher grade. So credit recovery is solely based on students that have failed courses, and then they're able to start. And so credit recovery actually started this week on February the 8th for students for second semester. Students are able, just in case there are questions out there, to contact their campus counselors and registrars, and they can get them enrolled in the credit recovery courses. Also, as I shared, when we brought, I think, this calendar to you, probably trustees, the third or fourth time, I can't even keep up this year with all the changes related to the pandemic, that during our scheduled breaks, we do provide academic boot camps for our students. We provided that the week of Thanksgiving. When we have spring break in March, students will have access to either face-to-face boot camps or virtual. It depends on the campus that they are attending. That information is available through their campuses. Also, we shared with you last week when we provided our progress monitoring update about our virtual study halls for students who are taking AP, IB, and dual credit courses. Students have an opportunity to receive 2 hours of virtual studies support. Those courses are actually kicked off this week also, if I'm not mistaken. And if there's a question, please have our high school students to contact their counselors on their campuses. We have sent out information to all parents in the district via an email that went out Monday or Tuesday this week. We also have placed information on our social media sites, and we've also asked all of our high school principals to communicate it out to parents. Also, additional supports that we provided, and we've shared some of this previously, but it doesn't hurt to kind of revisit it just in case someone missed a meeting or parents still have questions about how we're supporting their students. We've provided pre-K backpacks to our students. We have virtual tutors for our immigrant students. We are continuing with UIL, Fine Arts, and Athletic Program competitions. That's very important to our students. I think that's one of the key factors this year that a lot of our students have still felt connected, even our students that are learning in a virtual environment, but that sense of normalcy, especially at the high school level, still being able to participate in those various programs. As a district, we have provided digital supports that we pay for district-wide, And then some of our campuses have also utilized their own funds to support students or to purchase different digital supports that their teachers have requested. I want to just share a couple of our campuses, what they're doing. You know, we've shared with you that pre-K is a concern for us, that our pre-K enrollment is down. And this is just some things that the Martin Luther King Jr. Early Childhood Center, that they're focused on in trying to engage our students, either students who are participating, attending campus face-to-face or participating virtually. So instruction is happening. We're still educating our students. We know we've had to make adjustments to our schedules and adjustments to our pace as it relates to our pacing calendars to meet the needs of our students. But we are trying to support our students, not only our special education students, but also our English language learners, definitely with hands-on manipulatives, small group instruction, either in a virtual format or face-to-face format. We're providing support around digital notebooks and interventions. Also, another one of our early childhood centers, Neff Early Childhood Center, is just sharing what they're doing around progress monitoring through their digital notebooks, daily attendance calls for students who have not logged into the virtual environment. So there are staff members that are designated to contacting parents and trying to get students online. Also, quarterly parent meetings to support our special education students and our English language learners. Our multilingual department has provided sheltered instruction strategies to our teachers and principals to help them focus and help our students. Also, wonderful opportunity in professional development with Rice University around storytelling and oral language professional development for our teachers. Sugar Grove Academy is another campus I wanted to share, that we have two campuses that have a multi-year F-rated campuses that would have shedded that F-rated status last year if we had administered the STAR. Sugar Grove Academy is one of those campuses, and just want to share with you what they're doing to try to make sure that they get all their students engaged. Once again, daily attendance calls, they're conducting home visits, inviting students to return to campus. They have a great recovery campus-wide initiative trying to improve reduce student failures on their campuses, use of virtual science labs, and just trying to make sure that all of our students are engaged and actively participating. They have community support. Their students are participating in Project Explore. Remember, Project Explore is an opportunity for our middle school students to have an opportunity to explore various careers, to receive tutoring support and intervention support. And so we're really excited at the great things that are happening at Sugar Grove Academy. Enrollment currently at Sugar Grove is 695 students. They have 253 students attending face-to-face and 440 students attending virtually. Wheatley High School is another one of our campuses that you've heard a lot about, and I will tell you Wheatley was making outstanding progress last year leading up to the STAR, and we don't want to forget about that. I know many of the students that graduated upset that we were not able to shed that status as it relates to accountability. But Mr. Williams and his team, they're doing an outstanding job at Wheatley. They are conducting home visits, making sure that their wraparound specialist is connecting our families, as you can even see from the pictures here, to resources, whether it's cleaning supplies, it's food. They're making sure that they have those necessary supports. Counseling outreach for students and families, both in person and also virtually, getting students engaged in the various digital opportunities or platforms that are available as it relates to supporting special education students and English language learners. They're building the co-teacher capacity with peer observations. Also, they're partnering with their neighboring schools or light schools to go and observe either virtually or face-to-face what's happening on some of our other campuses. District collaborations, our district departments are supporting students, whether it's through our Roses program, our Miles Ahead Scholars program, our Sending to Men program, also additional training for our teachers through the Academic Instructional Technology Department. Our multilingual department has provided support to teachers on the campus. As of February the 9th, 100% of the IEPs on their campuses were in compliance. That is another monitoring piece that we've added this year, trustees, where we are looking at that at all campuses. Also using various incentives to keep students engaged or to re-engage students to make sure that they're coming to school either virtually or face-to-face. I've already mentioned their community collaborations. Some other things that we have going on, of course, is around CTE. February is CTE month, and we have various initiatives. We're sharing information about career and technical education. Our Seniors to Success hiring event, that's being held on February the 25th virtually from 12 to 2 p.m. We also have an upcoming Career Military Signing Day and just other supports where we have updated the barns at certain schools or campuses across the district to help with our ag program. We spoke about this last week, but I wanted to make sure we had it listed here. Our upcoming SAT Day is for our students. District-wide is March the 11th for in March for our 11th and 12th grade students. So we want to make sure that we encourage all of our students to come out and take the SAT, partnering with various organizations to support our students in a virtual format to receive test prep support as they prepare to take those college level various assessment entry program courses. Other community partnerships, we heard from our outstanding MLK winner today from Crespo Elementary School. Other organizations have supported us with donations of masks. I want to thank Ever PPE and AOK. They donated over 500,000 masks to our district for our Mask Up Day. We've received other support. Super Bowl of Caring last week was a wonderful event last Thursday night. Also, the Westview Elementary School community raised over $50,000 to support our community Super Bowl of Caring event. So very powerful when communities come together to support district-wide efforts. So they were not just they were not raising funds for Westview, they were raising funds to support food pantries across our entire district. Other supports through equity and outreach, our mentoring program. Our HISD Police Department this year started their core team, and it's a Let's Talk. Not only do they go out and interact with students face-to-face, trying to build relationships, but they also offer a virtual Let's Talk where our police officers are engaging with students and staff members. Parent U has been wonderful. Our participation rate has increased in the virtual environment versus face-to-face in the previous year. At our January session, we had over 870 parents that participated virtually. Really excited that we have that opportunity. Our next Parent University event is coming up next Tuesday night, February the 16th. Please register and join us for the event. Just want to remind you, a hungry child cannot learn. A hungry adult cannot work and teach, and so we have tried to provide curbside meals for our students, but also meal distributions for our families. And I want to just once again thank all the members of the school nutrition team, police services, and transportation for their support of our efforts since March the 14th of 2020 up until February the, February the 11th. So I thank them for all of their hard work, and just want to give you some stats here of how much food that we've distributed since March the 14th, 2020. Over 30.8 million pounds of food, 7 million student meals. We've held over 9,846 distribution events, provided hygiene products, but just really trying to do our part to support everyone in our community, not just the students in HISD. You heard Mr. Reed share and break down the figures for you previously, trustees, and a couple of slides back around our technology updates. I just want to share again, we have deployed 144,000 devices of iPads, Chromebooks, Windows, and laptops. Let me say it again, 144,000, because I think that gets lost. We've provided more devices than most districts in this state have students. We've deployed over 4,000 laptops to our teachers, 5,000 headsets to support the learning centers, 5,000 webcams, 38,700 mobile hotspots, and then we've also printed over 53,000 types of signage for around coronavirus prevention awareness. And so once again, I want to thank all of our staff members for their hard work over this past year as it relates to the pandemic.
Thank you. We are now ready for comments or questions from trustees. Trustees, in keeping with our meeting norms and being respectful of trustees who desire more time to speak, as well as those who desire shorter meetings, we will do 2 rounds of 2 minutes each. If an additional round is desired, that can be done with a motion, second, and board vote. Trustee Dygard.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Lathan and Mr. Reed. This has been really, really helpful for you to share with us, this, especially the part on where we are financially. My first question is about CARES Act money on page 16. So we just received another $12 million. It looks to me, and tell me if I'm not understanding correctly, that $12 million is going into our fund balance to replace money that we've already spent on things.
That's correct.
Okay. My next question, referencing pages 13 and 15, again, just question of clarity. So the beginning deficit on page 13 for 21-22, the way I'm understanding that is if all things stay equal, we will begin that budget $163 in the hole.
That was the beginning budget deficit for this budget amendment.
For the budget amendment, okay.
Right.
So that's not, we have to carve $163 out of next year's budget because this is, okay.
No.
So it doesn't really have anything to do with 21-22.
No. That is,
Okay.
that is supposed to say 20. That is supposed to say, I'm working on multiple years budgets. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Okay. Well,
you are
so,
correct in catching that. All this is 2021.
Okay.
2020-2021.
Got it. Okay. Then that, okay. And then page 19, assessing student learning. I had an interesting conversation with an educator that one of the beginning of the year assessments showed them that our kids had lost, our elementary kids had lost fluency. So that jumps out of my mind of, in all of these, all the, progress monitoring, we've done one, we're going to have more coming up. Like really digging a little more into that and understanding, even if it's bringing in these other assessments to give us a picture of where, I'm not asking a question, just kind of putting a comment out there for future presentations. I think I can speak for most of us that I think we'd like to dig a little deeper into understanding, kind of where those gaps are, how you're understanding where those gaps are, and then what those future plans are with that, and especially as it will relate to what kind of budget you bring us for next year and these gaps that you're identifying. Okay, I'll wait for round 2.
Thank you. Trustee Song?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation. And congratulations again on the tremendous deployment of devices. I know that's been a lifeline to our students. One of our speakers today spoke about internet speed at campuses, so I'm wondering what we're doing to address that, since we're so device heavy now in our instruction.
Yeah, so based upon the comment that we heard, we've already had a couple individuals from our team that were listening to the call as well. So they're going in and accessing that particular school. It's an elementary school that they're operating from. So we'll have to look at it as an isolated case. We do put a wireless access point in every classroom. We do have adequate bandwidth. I want to say about 6 months ago, we did double our internet capacity and speed. So we're not going to make any conclusions just yet until we assess what really is there. It could be the laptop device. It could be possibly there was a wireless access point down. What we tend to also see is that there are conflicts within the network. Where we have some rogue devices that are plugged in, they tend to be a little bit more chatty on the network. That could have caused some of the issues. But we had some team members already, they're already on it, and they'll be out there tomorrow morning, but they're already doing the deep analysis into what that infrastructure looks like and how we can make that improvement if there is any issues.
Thank you. That's tremendous. I appreciate your responsiveness. So, over the next few months, I know we're gearing up for STAR testing. The coronavirus also seems to be gearing up with its variants. And so I'm wondering, what's the guidance that we've received from the TEA with regards to making sure that we are safe when it comes to STAR season?
What we've heard, and actually while we were in closed session, I understand that the commissioner spoke today and said that if students are in a remote environment, they do not need to come in for STAR. But I don't know any of these details. It's just what I've heard. I have not read anything, and so our team needs to look at that. But let's just say if the rule had remained in place that everyone had to come in, we will look at physical distancing. The schedules will be created. So just like when we're all face-to-face, we have a testing schedule. The testing schedule would be designated, so there could possibly be some students who are normally in a face-to-face environment might switch to asynchronous learning for a day or two to allow other students to come on the campus. But we would still monitor all physical distancing requirements.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, so if we have students that decide not to come in for testing, per the guidance we've just heard, are we going? I'm worried about our high school students in particular and graduation requirements. What kind of support will we provide to make sure that they're meeting those requirements in the event that they don't come in for the STAR test?
Well, we still have our graduation placement committees, and so we have a process in place that even pre-COVID, there is a process for high school students to go through. And actually, it was at the various testing grades, so those promotion or transition grades, but they would go through the grade placement committee.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sure that families will appreciate guidance on how to do that. It's so complicated with tests having been waived last year. I think it's complicated for everybody. And then how does this calendar, which you've discussed, it's been adjusted, affect us going into the next school year? Like, is the fact that this school year is running later into June going to affect our start of the coming school year?
No, it will not impact the start of the school year. Summer school will just go a little bit later into July, but it will not affect the start of the beginning of the school year.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is, or just a comment, is I've heard from a lot of families whose students are still virtual that the testing seems to be taking up a lot of their instructional time. Like it feels, I don't know if that's true, but it feels like half of their time when it's a testing window is on testing, out of their instructional time. And just wondering, is there anything we can do to help alleviate that so that students feel like they have more instructional learning time?
We'll make a note of that and discuss that at our academics meeting on Monday.
Thank you.
Trustee Hernandez?
First, I want to mention that I am super happy that Wheatley has 100% IEP compliance, so I'm excited about that. I had a question from page 12. So I want to make sure that I understood this right. I guess the third bullet down, we are replenishing the 5% that we took away from for Harvey rebuilding. Is that correct?
No. So board policy has a reserve for operations that is 5% of the district's adopted budget. We are restoring that. So we're taking $34 million that we got from the state and replacing dollars that that the board took out back in 2017 when Harvey hit. And then an additional $10 million, it'll change based off of whatever our adopted budget ends up being for 21-22. But that will restore the reserve for operations so that going forward, we are putting that full 5% aside each year.
I guess my question is, do we have to do that? if we haven't done it in the past, I feel like if we needed that money, we should be able to use it because we're in a pandemic.
So I think we need to be meeting board policy. When I go back and look, I don't see anything really that said we should have stopped implementing board policy on that 5%. So, I feel like that we need to go ahead. Obviously, 34 has to be put in because that was an amendment at the table. But I believe we need to restore that and make sure that is maintained going forward. Because, again, that is a source for the board to be able to go to when we do have, for example, hurricanes come into the city or other emergency costs. The board has those dollars set aside to be able to tap into.
So you don't think that we will need these emergency monies for this coming school year?
Well, if you, on the slide that I showed that showed the 524 million, I believe we'll have at least that amount going forward. So we will have dollars to be able to use towards student needs next year.
Okay.
That $10 million would not impact that.
Sorry?
That $10 million would not impact that ability.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Trustee Bluford-Daniels.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to say, like on page 39, all of this is so important, all this information, but I just want to say thank you all for feeding or distributing over almost 31 million pounds of food. And that's very, very essential because, as stated, the kids can't learn on an empty stomach. So I think that everyone, Ms. Betty, support services deserve, Dr. Lathan, a round of applause for that because we know we have extreme food insecurities. But going to my question, we were talking about devices. Would defragmenting devices help to speed up the devices that the children are using at home? Or do y'all have a process for cleaning the devices?
It can add a performance boost, and doing some other things like scanning for antivirus or any viruses that may be on the machine, malware. It's definitely something that we could do from a systems tool, do some performance kind of cleaning. Every year when taking point the power up devices, we actually re-image those devices. Sometimes the defrag will help, sometimes just thoroughly re-imaging the device will help as well.
I asked that question. I know it's technical, but I've had several parents reach out to me about the fact that their devices are so slow and it's hard for them when they have multiple devices in one household for them to be able to utilize it and be able to use it proficiently. And so I just wondered, I'm a layperson, if there should be some instructions or something on what a process that parents or grandparents could use to defragment or clean the devices. Like my phone, I have to clean it every day. And a lot of people don't know to do that simple task. And so I just wondered if that would help to be able to help the parents and the students with having access quicker. Thank you.
It would, and we can create a quick reference guide for the parents and an FAQ and post it out on the website as well.
Trustee Santos.
Thank you, Dr. Allen, Chief Reed, and Dr. Lathan for the presentation. So my question, Dr. Lathan, is can we have an update on the budget committee that was supposed to be formed after the last budget cycle? So that way we know what adjustments to the PUA formula let me ask this question separate. What adjustments to the PUA formula has the district been considering based on the budget information that is being shared tonight?
Are you referring to the board finance committee?
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be created by the board president.
No, Dr. Lathan said.
So the finance, the board.
Dr. Lathan said. I can't hear you, Dr. Lathan.
I was waiting for you to finish.
Oh, okay. So last budget cycle, as in every budget cycle since I've been on the board, I asked about switching from attendance-based funding to enrollment-based funding. And last budget cycle, you said I was too late in proposing my amendment and that you would get a budget committee together so that way we can take a look at that for this year. And so I was just wondering where that committee stands on this, and have we considered that?
So at the June meeting, when you shared that, I said that we could get together and discuss that, but I did not commit to forming a committee because you would have been a part of that discussion. But I did say that we could get together and discuss that. But we have not, you and I have not had any one-on-one meetings this past year.
Well, we've had a couple of phone one-on-ones, but yeah, you're right, I haven't been able to meet with you. Okay, well, I just was under the impression that that committee, because I thought there was twice, and I think Mr. Salazar or somebody had mentioned it too during one of the meetings. So I was under the impression that that was still happening. But, okay, well, I will wait for the next round. Thank you.
Trustee Guidry?
Thank you, President Allen. I would like to actually join with Trustee Buford Daniels in commending HISD with the food distribution. Our community certainly need it, and we do appreciate it. I have a question with respect to the budget. On page 14, and I'm just trying to figure out, is there a correlation here, and has this money been added to the budget, or is it something that occurs? On page 14, there's a COVID appropriation of $141 million. Now, I understand that it's a drop in the bucket, but I'm just wondering if I.28, there are donations of over close to $700,000. Is that considered in the budget or no? Because the donations are for PPE type items that the $41 million is being assessed in our budget.
So the dollars that you see on I-2 and I-3, those are special revenue dollars. So they cannot be used to support the general fund budget. So most of those are in-kind donations, right? Those help to support us to where we don't have to bring as much forward on this amendment, but it's not used to fund it.
Okay, perfect. Just needed to get that information. Thank you so much. My other question is respect to Sugar Grove Academy. How exciting what they're doing over at Sugar Grove. And I'm wondering, Dr. Lathan, are the other schools privy to this information and this exciting engagement, both with the students and the community, to be able to have this available to them as well?
So all of our campuses, great question, all of our campuses are able to share. And so you heard me say, for example, Wheatley was going to some of their neighboring schools. So within their area, they do virtual what we call cross-site visits, or they actually go out face-to-face and they share their best practices. So if one campus has a program that's working, we will share that program and say, okay, you need to get with Campus A and Campus B. You all need to get together. Some of our campuses plan together virtually as it relates to, vertically as it relates to in a virtual environment to instruction. But yes, they are sharing those best practices across various campuses.
Excellent, because I just think that's what they're doing over there is exciting and innovative. One last question on page 41, and I see you have it broken down by teachers receiving laptops and headsets going out. With the 144,582 devices, does that consist of deployment to teachers, students, and everyone, or is that just the students?
The 144,000 is just students. The 4,000 is for teachers.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Trustee Cruz?
Thank you, and thank you for the updates. Lots of exciting news. I'll start my questions on page 6. You mentioned that most of the enrollment loss is pre-K and K, and I know that the applications for pre-K are open right now. What are you doing differently this year, and what partnerships are you leveraging to increase that enrollment, given the challenges we're all facing, right?
Some of our efforts include, and you know what, honestly speaking, our efforts are similar to even previous years, because that's always an area of a group of students, especially in some of our underserved communities, where we've actually had to go out door to door. We've advertised our various fairs, opportunities. Our schools are hosting their open houses, but most of it, of course, is virtually. We've shared information with various community groups saying, please share this information. Please help us get enrollment. Please make sure your parents know our schools are safe. One of the other things that we tried 2 weeks ago, I've invited also elected officials to come out and see our face-to-face, because people can't believe that we have 86,000 students attending school every day. And so, I always hear, we can't really help you financially. I said, okay, but you can help me by putting information out on your social media pages, sharing that, great things are happening, that our schools are safe. And so we're asking people to share those positives out. Also trying to host parent meetings where we're sharing information with parents so that they know it's a safe environment. Where we know we have those siblings, and let's say maybe you have a third grader already attending school, and maybe the parents are apprehensive about sending their pre-K or K students. We're working on showing them in the environment it is safe, your students are going to be okay, to the best of our abilities as it relates to COVID. So advertisements, phone calls, asking partners to share the information, helping people with the enrollment process. We know for anything, just even trying to sign up for the vaccine, that if you don't have access to the internet or you don't know how, you're not tech savvy, that's the issue. And so we have people that will walk parents through how to complete the enrollment. And taking parents face to face. We've shared with our campuses, especially some of our campuses, if they show up, you enroll them and help them with the process.
Have you seen a good response so far for pre-K applications?
It's still,
it's early.
It's early. Number one, it's early, but COVID, because everything is so up and down, the positivity rates go up. Now they're starting to come down. With more people being vaccinated, we hope that things will get better. So it was kind of a downer last week, when they announced the rodeo was closed, was canceled again for May, because, as things start coming back up, that's when you see the engagement community-wide, where people start feeling safe. And so we're going to just keep doing what we can, hoping that we will have more students to return back face-to-face in August.
Thank you. And then on page 15, my question was, okay, so there's two line items, and I just wanted to, so it says COVID devices, almost 10 million, and then, I'm sorry, page 15. There's two line items, COVID devices, almost $10 million, and Operation Connectivity, almost 10 million. That's two separate, it's not the same thing, correct? Oh, okay.
See the parentheses going out, the positive coming in.
Thank you for that minor detail. I forgot about that part. And the one for the devices, is that money that's already, so which one is coming in? Sorry.
The positive, so if you look under Operation Connectivity, the 9.9 million, remember that's from the county and also TEA. Okay. And we had shared with you all that, we anticipated when you approved the agreement with the county back in the fall, that money would be coming in.
So then on the 10 million for devices, is that money that's already spent? Because I know I had asked for a board referral and y'all had updated me on what's been bought. And so is this additional devices that still need to be purchased?
The 10 million or the 20 million?
Well, it's almost 10 million. I'm rounding up, sorry. COVID devices, 9,998,000.
That's 20 million.
Oh, sorry.
The 9 million is for cleaning.
I didn't look at the right line. Okay, well, the 20 million, sorry. Same question. So is that money to be spent on devices?
Yes.
Okay. So the
and
devices,
hopefully at some point we will be able to get reimbursed on that too, right?
Yes, hopefully. So on the devices that we have currently in stock, I know there's quite a bit. Is this because you anticipate the devices breaking and we kind of constantly have to replace them, or, I'm just trying to figure out what that's for.
That's some of it.
Okay.
That is some of it.
Okay, thank you. Do I still have time? Page 29. Okay, so I saw the first paragraph says that the professional development has overall increased teacher effectiveness. How are you measuring that?
That's measured through TADS, so the information that is inputted into the TADS system, so being able to review that information. Also, when we conduct our instructional rounds virtually, actually going into the classrooms, observing, providing feedback to the principals and instructional staff on the campuses, and so that's how we're measuring that.
And how frequently is that evaluated?
So each area, they have what we call community of practice visits. Mm-hmm. Some campuses that are designated high priority have several visits throughout the course of a semester. Others have one visit per semester. So it's all based on, so they have the formal, and so let me explain the difference. There's a formalized process where you have central office team going in and conducting those visits. And then the schools actually conduct their own instructional rounds. That's just part of the principal's responsibility. But when I'm saying priority campuses, that means you have the area superintendent, you have the SSO, you have members of special education, multilingual department, the instructional tech. So you have a team that's been designated also to be a part of those community of practice visits. It started initially 3 years ago with our Achieve 180 campuses, and once again, I think so. What I asked about how do we share best practices? I know Trustee Dygard has asked me about that before. So we started replicating that. So all of the areas in the district, they're responsible for holding COPs, or community of practice visits, because every area has tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 campuses where we go out and visit. And it might be a high performing campus where there's a new principal, and so we're going out to ensure that we're supporting the new principal and that the necessary best practices are in place.
Okay, that sounds wonderful, and great news on that data point. Let's see if I still have time. How much time do I have left? I'll just keep talking. Page 33. School day SAT. So I think you said kids are okay. Thank you. So I'm assuming kids will take that in person. Or is it available to not take in person, I guess, the school day SAT?
Right now it's in person, and we held it in person last fall, and students came in. And right. Once again, that's that schedule similar to what Trustee Song asked earlier. We did have days where some students were learning asynchronously, so we could bring in students and keep them separated.
Okay, thank you so much.
Trustee Villaseca.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Superintendent Lathan, for the presentation this evening. It seems that we have become logistical experts here in HISD with the expertise in distribution of food and other essential items for the last year. And so with that, I'm wondering, are we going to also be helping with vaccinations, or will vaccinations be coming to the school campuses for inoculation efforts with the teachers?
Great question. So all of our school nurses were trained to administer the vaccination actually in November. The city of Houston trained them. So we got excited thinking we were ready to, we were going to be able to do that right away. We have partnered with Next Level, which is our on-site clinic and also off-site clinic where our staff members that fall in those different categories can go. We also have held a partnership vaccination clinic with Kroger Pharmacy back in January, and then staff members received their second dosage. I'm missing one more partnership. Is leaving me right now. So Next Level, Kroger, City of Houston, the City of Houston. We are still pushing, though, for as many sites as possible to be vaccination sites, because we also feel, and one of the things I shared on the Greater Houston Partnership and Texas Medical Center call last Friday is our parents and community members feel safe going to a school. And if we can be the sites, they will come to a school. And we probably, especially as it relates to our Black and brown communities, we can probably increase the participation rate to get people vaccinated. So we stand ready to provide that support when we receive the vaccinations, but our nurses have been trained.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. I know that there's some information that's been coming through email too, as far as updates are concerned. So thank you again. I know we're taking advantage of any little bit that's out there, and still in support of the state supporting vast inoculation of our teaching force here in the state.
Can I just recognize the county? Thank you for that reminder, because I'm sending the emails out. So our county also has put in, our staff members are on waiting list, and so when they have, each day they have vaccines available, there are staff members that have registered that can actually go and receive a vaccination through the county. So thank you for that reminder.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, the next question goes to Glenn. As far as what else are we doing? Do we have any debt that we're restructuring as far as refinancing and things of that nature that we've done? Any strategies, tactics, anything to try to take advantage of the low interest rates and anything else that's happening right now so we can bulk up our funds here?
Stay tuned for March.
No.
March will be my meeting. Yes, ma'am. We will be bringing forward to the board some remarketings.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I know here on page 14, we talked about the hold harmless, the 50% hold harmless and settle up for ADA, I believe. That's from last year. Can you explain sort of like the timeline for that, the months that
No, that is simply for the loss in student enrollment. We did not reduce the ADA percentages based off of summer. We kept the ADA percentages that schools were funded at based off of the 18-19 fiscal year. So we did not penalize schools for ADA drops in the summer.
Okay. Any word on the street about being held harmless for attendance past those initial 12 to 18 weeks?
Still being discussed.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to start on round 2. Trustee Dygart.
Okay, on page 12, follow-up question to Trustee Hernandez. So, if I heard correctly, we haven't been following the policy. Why not?
Prior to me being in the role, the thought was that back in 2017, when the funds were taken out, the policy was frozen. I believe that the dollars going back into this fund should reinstate the following of that policy.
Thank you. Page 4. How has there been a change in the number percentage of kids in person compared to virtual since we started going back in person?
It's been about the same. Some campuses have increased, more students going face to face, but then you've seen a reverse of some campuses is decreasing. So it's kind of like a seesaw. It varies from campus to campus based on community spread or illnesses in home situations.
Okay. Page 7, question of clarity, collection rate remaining at 97%. You said that's lower than past years. Do I understand correctly that doesn't mean a loss of revenue, it just means we're paying less in recapture?
It does now, yes.
Okay. For the record, I am concerned that our first budget workshop is not until the end of March, especially in a complicated year like this year and with a legislative session, so I hope that will be reconsidered to have it earlier, and I also hope that we will have a legislative workshop sometime in the near future to kind of have that conversation to know what's going on in Austin that's going to impact us. And then regarding the SAT, PSAT, my kid actually did the PSAT last fall, and the whole asynchronous thing that you were talking about coming up, for STAR or SATs moving forward, and it seemed as a parent to work very well and very safely, so thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to the next round, too, I know we have a couple of the trustees. It was a few other things I wanted to answer for Trustee Cruz. She asked us about partnerships. I actually want to lay out those partnerships. The drive-through enrollment. Is she making a note? Write it down. Drive-through enrollment. So we're trying the drive-through like others. We've also partnered with Families Empowered to help with enrollment to get the message out, and also digital targeting ads this year.
Trustee Cruz?
So back to the SAT, I just have one last question, and it's similar to what I asked you last week, Dr. Lathan, you'll probably remember. So for kids to meet college readiness, they have to they have to score a certain amount on the SAT, right? So are we looking at data of kids? I'm thinking particularly the 12th graders, because if 11th graders haven't taken it yet. So if the 12th graders already took it, are we looking at data of kids, a set of kids whose data shows that they're very close to meeting that threshold? And are we employing any strategies to help them meet that threshold? Because obviously, not only is it a game changer for them, but it increases our CCMR bonus. Am I correct in that?
Yes. So those are students that we also target for tutoring support, academic support, enrolling in courses that will support them. And it's somewhere on here, like. And I hate to advertise companies, but we also put them in, various test prep type tutoring where we give a voucher, and some of those vouchers are even for private tutoring companies that we've been able to purchase those supports for students. And it's on here somewhere. Got so much stuff on here. Let's see. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, page 33. Okay. And is this something like that you've already been doing, or is this, are these new strategies?
These are strategies that we have actually utilized for several years, and we've noticed the gains and the benefits. And I'll go back to, because I think someone asked about Khan Academy. If you follow Khan Academy and students are on and they're participating, we have noticed from when they take the PSAT to then when they test for the SAT, if they followed that prescriptive programming, their scores have increased. And so some of these are just strategies that we know work, but it's all about fidelity, participating and attending. And so that's what we've put in place. Like I said, companies have adapted and moved to a virtual format. And so we've tried to provide that option for students, but there are still some of our students that need that face-to-face touch. And so we're still providing that option also.
Okay, thank you. And I want to reiterate a lot of thanks to Chief Reed for that budget. That was very, very helpful to have it broken down like that. Thank you.
Trustee Villaseca, round two.
Thank you. I'll go more quickly this time around. Okay, rapid testing. I know we've talked about it. There was a pilot. It was being piloted. Now it's more widespread. Can we get an update on that, Dr. Lee?
Yes. So all of our campuses have been trained. They have members on their team on the campuses that are administering the rapid test. They're at least administering the test once per month. Some campuses are administering it twice per month. It just depends on that particular campus and the needs. We also 3 weeks ago now also had a special day for central office staff over at Del Mar where we were testing staff members. And I will tell you, not only at the campus level, but even central office level, we've been able to identify people that were positive, get them home immediately, quarantine. And so it has made a difference in our district. But like I said, it varies from campus to campuses, the number of tests that are administered.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was going to ask about too. If it was something that was on hand more than one time a month or twice a month, or if we just have a limited supply, or do we, can you elaborate, or do we plan on bulking up on it or having additional costs come our way to be able to supplement?
We have enough based on demand right now. So like I said, so campuses initially based on what we were projected to receive. That's why we were looking at a once a month plan. But, once again, the participation is voluntary. And so some campuses have administered more tests. So all they need to do is put in a request, and we are able to get those tests to those campuses. Also, schools, we've notified parents, not only district-wide, but also campuses should be notifying their parents. I know a trustee asked me about that a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, thank you. Anything else about the dashboard? Any updates on the dashboard? I know that the district was working really hard to make sure that everything was reflected accurately and things of that nature too.
It is. It's updated daily. Like I said, people can assume because they hear something from someone that someone might be positive and that's not necessarily positive. And so they expect for that, for the dashboard to be updated based on what we use the accurate information, but our dashboard is updated daily.
Thank you. And I'm always going to be asking more about the COVID relief funding. ESSER, what's coming, any updated news? Do we know what districts are being allocated, specifically HISD, obviously, based on the federal money that's going to TEA first before it comes to us?
Yeah, we have no information yet on ESSER $2.
Okay.
And they actually have until 2022, September 2022 to do the allocation. So, yeah.
Okay.
So, but right now we have not received any information.
Okay, thank you. And wraparound service support update, will that be coming in one of our, in our board monitoring calendar? When is that coming?
I have to look at the calendar.
Okay. Do you have it, Judith? Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you again so much for the presentation tonight, and thank you again for breaking down and providing us additional detail information on things that are going really well in the district and budget related.
Trustee Hernandez?
Thank you. I have a follow-up question to Trustee Villaseca's question about the testing on campuses and at Hattie Mae White. Are we doing any data around like the percentage that is of people who are testing that are coming back positive?
So are we doing any
like data around how many people we are testing and coming out positive?
We have those numbers, like how many people administered the test, and then out of that, how many people tested positive. We've had to re-educate some of our departments where we've had issues of people not following all the things you see on that poster right beside you. And so we've had to address that. But yes, we do have those numbers.
Okay, I'll submit for an email on that. My second question is from page 9. Page 9, the second open bullet says purchase rebates. I think I know what that means, but I was just wondering if you could explain exactly what a purchase rebate means, just so I'm clear on that.
Yeah, so there are some purchases we make through Pro Cards and also other agreements where we get like a percentage back from those purchases, also with co-ops. So they're almost like you getting cash back on purchases.
Oh, okay. That's
Right.
completely different than what I thought. Okay, thank you. And then from page 11, I have two questions. One, you said that we're paying more in TERS this year. Do you know by how much it went up? What the increase is? Or what we paid last year?
It's an additional 4.4 over what we
Oh,
what we originally projected.
this is an addition. So do you know what the total is?
The total we're paying about $54 million, I believe, is the total this year. Actually, it's in here. I can get to my agenda. It's actually 67, 54 plus the 13. It's about $13 million in pass-through funding that we'll get in the spring. So the total is 67 million projected.
67. And then question is on the restructure. So you said that there was the full payment is 151, but it says 139 here. Can you just explain the difference between that?
That is an additional 139.
An additional.
So that's part of your budget amendment, is approving that increase of $139 million. And on the row that shows function 91, you'll see then the total of $151 million.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I would like to also echo what Trustee Dygard said about my concern on the first budget meeting workshop being in March. I would prefer to have one earlier. I know something was brought up earlier about a budget committee as well. I don't know if we need to start one or how that works exactly, but I would love to discuss that a little bit more. Thank you.
Trustee Santos.
Thank you, President Dygard. Okay, so Dr. Lathan, Galeno Park ISD just issued a $1,300 stipend for their teachers and support staff through June 30th. Would that be possible for HISD to give stipends or raises to families that are doing virtual learning, teachers, just to help?
You want to address the stipends? Because we've talked about that before. You want to address it? Yeah.
Turned on. So that is something that the district could do, but also remember we're asking for the state to also hold us harmless right now. Right. That would be kind of a concern of going out and saying we need funding to get us through this year, and then going out and issuing stipends on as well. So it is something that the district could do. It's not anything that we're prohibited from doing.
Okay, well, that would be his board member's preference, but additionally, Representative Gina Hinojosa, former board member from Austin, now state rep, has filed House Bill 1246, and I think having a budget committee would be timely since we're not starting budget workshops until late March. It would be timely. We could follow up with the legislative session. On top of that, advocate to cancel STAR. But yes, absolutely. I think, Dr. Lathan, to your point, the committee the budget committee could be very timely, especially since we want to advocate for enrollment-based monies because of our student population. So what do you think about that, Dr. Lathan?
Well, we did see the filing, and that information was shared with Mr. Reed, and so we've talked about that. I've been waiting for you to say something about it, and it took you 2.5 weeks. I just want you to know, because she filed it about 2.5 weeks ago, and so I've been waiting on you to call me. I've been waiting. So no, we have talked about it, but I will be very honest with you. We still have a few concerns, only because of the fact of where we are as it relates to COVID. And so Ms. Chief Reed was prepared, or is prepared, to discuss it at our March budget workshop. Like I said, he's been preparing for that. And so that is something that we can talk about, because we want you to know the pros and the cons. So I promise you it is on our list, because the day it was filed, what did I tell you all? Get ready. Trustee Santos is going to ask about this. So we are ready to discuss it with you and the entire board.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. And if we could have some reconfigurations, I know Trustee Sung had proposed, I can't remember who proposed what last year, but variations of enrollment-based funding, so that way our neediest and most vulnerable kids would be able to have access to some resources. So thank you, Dr.
But I want you to look at page 14. And so let's just kind of, I know quickly, she's the last one on round 2, right? So she's the last one on round 2. I want you to take a look, though. Uh-oh, somebody said to no. But if you look at bullet number 2, our campuses, due to a decrease in enrollment, experienced issues. We did not charge them the full effort. We only charged them 50%. And so you have to keep in mind, ideas are great and we have to look at that. But if we're going back to Chief Reed saying putting the money back, if we had charged the campuses 100% of what they should have received, or really deducted from them, we would experience problems. So you have to balance and weigh that, okay, if we move in one direction, what's going to be the domino effect or impact on other things? I just want to put all of that on the table. We can move some things around, but keep in mind, as we move forward, we can't say we're going to be in a good position to keep doing the coverages. We are very blessed that over the past 3 years, we held some things back, made some people angry, even sitting at this dais when you all had to approve budgets all the way to the end one year, to almost June 30th. But if we had not done that, we would be really talking about massive layoffs and major cuts. And so I want to commend the team for their work over the past several years, but I just want you to think about the implications long-term if we do a short-term fix.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Layton. But I still want to help Representative Hinojosa advocate at the state level. So thank you.
Trustee Song?
Thank you. The bullet you just pointed out, Dr. Lathan, to clarify, the deficit of $46 million was based on enrollment or based on attendance? Is this an ADA effect or an enrollment effect?
Enrollment effect, because we did not update the ADA to what they had.
Yeah.
Usually we update the ADA to what the summer PEIMS was.
Mhm.
We did not do that because that would have increased that deficit.
Further, yeah, it would made a bigger difference. So they were held harmless half for
On
enrollment
two things.
and for ADA, yeah.
Correct.
So I just wanted to point out that.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. The time is 7:53. We are going to take a bio break for 10 minutes, 12 minutes, so that we can come back at 8:05. And we'll be moving on. We didn't have any other questions in the queue. Thank you. Welcome back, trustees. Consideration and approval of minutes from previous meetings. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the agenda review meeting held on February 4th, 2021?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Santos. Second, Santos.
Please vote.
Are y'all saying anything? I can't hear anything.
Oh, put your
Okay.
microphone on.
Okay, we're revised. Board policy requires.
There you go.
We're ready to move to the agenda items. For the record, let it be reflected that items B1, D4, and F2 and their attachments, as well as the attachment to I2, were revised. Board policy requires trustees to excuse themselves and abstain from all discussion and votes pertaining to contracts that might involve a conflict of interest. As defined in board policy BBFA local, a conflict of interest is any circumstance that could cast doubt on a trustee's ability to act with total objectivity with regard to the district's interests. We will now consider items held for abstention and/or discussion. Each month, all action items begin on the consent agenda. If a trustee would like an item held from the consent, they need to notify the district chief of staff, Sylvia Tran, by 8 a.m. on the Monday prior to the voting. As a reminder, trustees, everyone had an opportunity prior to this meeting to submit additional questions after agenda review to the administration. The Q&A document has been updated to reflect the additional questions. The updated Q&A was sent to all trustees and has been posted on the district website. Agenda item I-1A was held for abstention. Agenda items B1, D1, D3, D4, F2, I1, I2, I3, I4, K1, K2, and L2 were held for discussion. Our first item
Excuse me, point of order. If we're doing a consent agenda, how come the majority of the agenda, including things that we didn't even discuss last Thursday, are pulled from consent?
They have the right to pull. Our first item held for discussion is item B1, approval for the Board of Education to appoint trustees to serve as representatives to other organizations for 1 year or multi-year terms. Trustee Cruz?
I move that we add Holly Maria Flynn, Trustee Flynn Villaseca.
I'm sorry, we need a motion and a second just to bring the item, and then if you want to amend the recommendation, then you make that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So moved, Santos.
Second.
Okay, so now I can? Okay, so I move that we add Trustee Flynn Villaseca back to the Audit Committee.
Second, Sung.
Okay, I added my name for discussion so that I could tell exactly why the president chose the items. For that particular item, there were 2 terms that expired. There were 3 traditionally. One of the person that you would like to add did not respond to the request by the due date. And there's another one that we can discuss at another time. I mean, you asked about it last week, and we were supposed to talk about it in closed session because it's a very personal item, but we didn't get a chance to, unless you want to go into closed session now.
Can we just vote on the motion, or do we want to go in closed session? I don't know.
Because I wanted to explain why I made that decision. I did it so that it would be all fair and square. And before you vote on the motion, I need everyone to have all of the information. All of the information.
Okay. I mean.
No, Judith, we have to vote on the motion on the floor, but if it's okay, we can take it back and then we can go to close.
Okay, we'll go to closed session.
Okay.
If it's okay with Judith, though, she's the one. Her motion is on the floor. Is it? Okay.
You got to announce the time.
The time is 8:14. We wanted. We're now reconvening the meeting. The time now is 8:41, and we will have a speaker of the community, Ms. Dimmitt.
Thank you. We have 2 in the queue. Our first speaker is Bill Hepburn. Mr. Hepburn, you have 2 minutes, sir.
All right. I'm a team member of APAC North, and I'm concerned about the control systems in the schools right now because we're having major issues. The Credo schools, the Credo server crashes about once a week or so and knocked out the 45 schools that are on the Credo system. We have CCM schools, which they can't control anymore, and Ivy that we have a problem with. Our technicians put the equipment in hand, quite often the boilers in the schools, so the schools have AC and heat. And then we get a report about how we're wasting utilities because of equipment running 24/7. But the issue is the controls aren't being maintained where they should, and that's why we have to put everything in hand. If the controls were repaired, none of the equipment would be running 24/7, and utilities would go down. I informed the bond in June of 2019 that we needed, the board, that we needed a bond for the control systems. And I feel that's the only way we're ever going to resolve these issues. We're wasting a lot of man hours running back and forth to schools because we have to put them in hand, and then we put them in auto and have to put it back in hand so that the schools have AC and heating. And I feel like we're running around in circles. Technicians get very frustrated because of this. The schools complain, and it's all understandable. But the main issue is a lot of these control systems are just built, and we desperately need some help, probably in the form of a bond for the control systems. Hopefully it'll come shortly, but we desperately need it. And we try to help out and be able to part of the best we can, but we can't do it all. They're just not enough of us to maintain the mechanical side of the AC and heating systems.
Thank you, sir. John Seagren.
Hi, do I have 1 minute or two?
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is John Seagren, and I'm a teacher at North Houston Early College High School, where I also sponsor our Climate Activism Club. On HISD's website, the district outlines the goals of meeting the needs of the whole child and taking steps that, quote, guarantee a basic standard for student health, safety, and well-being at every campus. These are commendable goals, and I salute the district for setting them. However, there is one area where the district falls far short of meeting these goals: sustainability. Houston ISD is not committed to powering its buildings with environmentally friendly energy, meaning that while we work on campus to help our students build a future, our district is also actively worsening Houston's air quality and contributing to the more than 100,000 children in Harris County that suffer from asthma. While we say that we are committed to our students' safety, our district is responsible for emitting literally tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere every year, contributing to more frequent and more severe storms that flood our students' homes and threaten their lives. Conroe ISD just opened a new middle school that is solar powered, and they are integrating solar technology, which is one of the fastest growing markets and job creators in the country, into their curriculum. If Conroe ISD can be this innovative, HISD can too. There is tremendous opportunity here to prepare our students for careers in the energy sector of the future. And if not integrating green energy into our campuses, the least we could do as a district is switch to a renewable energy plan instead of our current coal-burning plan. Why tear down the future we are all working so hard to create? I urge the district to commit to powering its facilities with 100% renewable energy so that we can protect the future of the students and communities that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Bradham. Sinclair Elementary is in the process of felling 8 to 12 mature pine trees in order to put in a temporary building with no future vision or forethought. All of the elected representatives that represent our neighborhood stand with the neighborhood in asking for Sinclair to leave these trees and consider another alternative. Those the elected officials are standing with include Timber Grove Manor Civic Club, Houston Audubon, Friends of West 11th Street Park, and many of our neighbors that live here. What can we do to stop the felling of the trees until there is a long-term vision in place? That concludes our speakers for a hearing of the community.
Thank you. Trustee Cruz, could you repeat your motion so we're ready to vote?
Thank you. I move that we add Trustee Flynn Villaseca to the Audit Committee.
Santos, second.
Please vote.
Actually, I was in the queue?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
I think.
You were sorry.
Trustee Song?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask, Madam President, I appreciated how you put the terms for the Audit Committee on here. And so it's clear for Trustees Cruz and Hernandez, the Audit Committee term expires 2021. For myself, the term expires 2022. I wonder if we might want to amend your motion, Trustee Cruz, so that it's clear for Trustee Flynn Villaseca as well. When does her term expire? So it's a question to you and Trustee Flynn Villaseca. Which, do you want it to expire in 21 or 22?
So when we say expires, is it at the end of that? Is it like the end of the calendar year, the fiscal year? How did the terms go?
It's the calendar year because we select a new committee each year.
Okay. So, I don't know.
2020.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to think of the time. Okay. I move that we add Trustee Flynn Villaseca to the Audit Committee with the term expiring. I'm trying to make sure I don't all go on at the same time. 2022? Okay. That way we're staggered.
All right, Santos, okay.
Okay, please vote.
Madam President, point of order, please.
What?
I just wanted some clarity. I heard the motion, and I know that there was some discussion about it. And board attorneys suggest, well, we had some discussion about doing something different, so I'm just wondering if that motion should move forward as it is, since it's going to be a public opportunity for the budget.
That motion is consistent with what we discussed in closed session.
Okay. Thank you.
Please vote. Come on now. We have 9 for, 0 against. Our next item.
A point of order, do we need to vote on the amended?
I'm sorry, what?
Do we need to vote on the amended motion now?
Madam President, we now need to just vote on B1 as amended.
Okay.
B1 has been amended to include Trustee Villaseca for a 2-year term on the audit committee. And so now we need to vote on your full slate of recommendations.
Thank you. Do I have to repeat it, or can we go with what you just said?
You can go with what you just said. You've got a motion and a second already on the floor. If there's no
Please
further
vote.
discussion, you can vote.
Oh. Nine for, 0 against. Our next item is agenda item D1, authority to negotiate and execute agreements and/or interlocal memorandum of understanding with Texas Southern University to provide internship opportunities for student trainers interested in participating in the HISD Athletic Department internship program.
So move.
Second, Sung.
So move.
We just voting or? Okay, Susan.
Let's just discuss, we vote.
Trustee Dygard is in the queue. She said never mind. Please vote. Okay, see. Nine for, 0 against. Our next item is agenda item D3, approval to waive certain requirements of board policy DENA local in light of the COVID-19 impact on normal district operations. Do I have a Do I have a second?
Second.
Please vote.
I want to be clear that there was no discussion and it was pulled.
Nobody's
There's no one in the queue.
Nobody's
Okay.
in the queue.
All right.
I can't tell who pulled it, so I don't know who to ask. Okay. 9 for, 0 against. Our next item held for discussion is agenda item D4, adoption of recommended instructional materials for the school year 2021-2022. Second. We have someone in the queue.
Oh, yeah, you still have to bring it out. Yeah, that's out of content. So.
Say it again. Okay. We have a second? Okay, Trustee Santos?
Yes, my question, Dr. Lathan, so if we were to postpone this or table this, I've heard a lot back from so many community members, teachers, that Frog Street is the way to go. Would that prohibit you from going forward, or, like a deadline or anything?
Yes, it impacts everything as it relates to ordering of materials. Also, a committee made this recommendation to administration, so the entire process would start all over again. That would not be fair to our the people who served on the committee, nor would it be fair to our students and teachers who will need those resources to start the new school year.
Well, in light of the pandemic, do you think that switching up one program for another that they'll have to relearn and not be familiar with wouldn't be ideal? Like, we had so many problems with Power School this year already. Like, I don't feel comfortable voting after hearing back from lots of people, including committee members. So I mean, again, it's the will of the board and your recommendation, your professional opinion, your professional expertise. So I can't vote for this, y'all, but thank you.
Any other trustees in the queue? Please vote. Okay, Seven for, 2 against. Our next item held for discussion is agenda item F2, approval of resolution to dissolve the relationship between the Houston Independent School District and the formerly created Student Congress, and to establish a new Houston Independent School District Student Advisory Council. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? Do I have a second?
Second, Cruz.
Are there any comments? Trustee Dygart?
So I have a question. If the proposed council will, and I quote from what we've been provided, serve as the primary source for the district to gather student feedback on issues that impact the educational experience, given the diversity of our student population, will the process ensure representation of not only schools, but diversity of students, including but not limited to diversity of race, color, religion, gender expression, and sexual orientation? Will the process ensure representation of student experience so that it doesn't become inadvertently exclusive to students who are college-bound? Will English language learners be included on this council? And will it include special ed students?
Thank you for those great questions. And we actually, trustees, added an additional document to kind of walk you through the process that was added to how we want, if the board approves this, as far as moving forward. Those questions, Trustee Dygart, when we push out the information, if the board approves this, to schools, we'll be providing that direction. Like I said, every school will select their representative, but we will ensure on the information that goes out that they consider all of those different parameters, that is very inclusive of all types of students on a particular campus to represent that campus.
But there's a difference between recommending that to the schools and then what actually will wind up on the council. And my concern is that it won't actually be representational, and it will just be another thing for the same group of kids. It becomes a leadership program as opposed to something where you're really getting a diversity of student voice that's really inclusive. And so that's one concern that I have about it. The other concern that I continue to retain is I really think that there is an opportunity. We've got two very vocal, engaged groups of students who want to have a voice here, and I don't understand why it has to be an either or. I just don't know why we can't find a way to work with both groups of kids and be inclusive, and especially in the divisive world that we're living in right now. I just think that there is a missed opportunity to not find some common ground between the two groups. I also think there's value in this. A student congress can still exist. We're just severing a relationship with them, and I don't know that that's, in the long run, they can still exist and do their thing, but then we're shutting out their voice.
Trustee Santos?
Thank you, Dr. Allen. I think my main focus here is that we institutionalize student voice, and if we scrap one organization for another, it doesn't mean that we're going to that it can't happen again. And as long as we don't put our money where our mouth is, then it's just going to be lip service, constant lip service. And in order to institutionalize student voice, we have to back up our students. I mean, we're adults, and we have resources, and we have trainings, and we have all of these things led by board council and HISD administration and your budget and so forth. My point is this: our students were not given that opportunity to succeed. And even with that, we have a hostile board takeover, and we are fighting for our positions. I don't believe that scrapping one board for another is going to fix the longstanding systemic and structural racism that has existed. And my point is this: we can't give up on our students. It just because at one side of what we don't deem successful, especially since we weren't there to back them up. So I can't. I mean, if we could table this to have a more thoughtful process and being inclusive of both organizations, I would. That's something I would be in. Thank you.
Trustee Bluford Daniels?
I'd just like to say thank you to Nicholas. I spoke to Nicholas today, who's from Kashmir High School, and actually yesterday. And I really appreciate his insight that he gave me as far as StuCon and the attempts that they've made toward outreach and engaging other students, because that was my biggest concern, is having all students be able to participate and at the table. And so I guess I wanted to give a shout out to Nicholas, and I was so proud of him. But my other question would be that, be it the StuCon or whatever is decided, then how would those students be able to move around from place to place so that all kids would be engaged? In other words, just not have it on the west side or the south side or the north side, etc. What kind of support is given for that, if any?
And that's built into our recommendation that we would be providing the support for students to be able to make it to the various locations for the meetings. That's actually built into the agenda item.
And thank you for that. Again, I want to give a shout out to Nicholas.
Trustee Song?
Thank you, Madam President. I believe that our district is better with student voice that is inclusive of students from across the district, that is student-led, that is supported and valued by the district. For many of our students, we know transportation can be a barrier, as students have discussed. So there's much that I like in this item. There's also much that I like in the Student Congress. And I'm trying to look for the best of both worlds, where we can have a group that is truly student-led, that is inclusive of all students in the district, and that is supported by the district. And I find in our existing regulations, FN1B1 and FNB2, the foundations to help our existing student group succeed. And so given the passion and the leadership of Student Congress members that came and spoke to us today, I'd really like to see us try to support them. I know that they're not quite where we would like them to be in terms of representing students from across the district, but I wonder if, given their renewed interest in working with the district, if we might be able to support them and find a way to get our students to a place where, you know, they meet all of those criteria, where they are really engaged in representing student voice, inclusive of voice across the district, and also supported in a way that, and really engaged with the district. Thank you.
Trustee Guidry?
Thank you, President Allen. I want to follow up, Trustee Song. I actually had the same question in mind and wanted to ask Dr. Lathan, is there any possibility of reconciliation? Is there any way we can incorporate the present Student Congress into the new vision for the Student Congress?
I think incorporating the students, but each school should go through an election process so that it's fair and democratic, that they elect as opposed to students receiving an invitation to join. This recommendation proposes that there is a true election process so that every student over the PA system, information through the district, that school's communication, all students are aware of the process and how to join. Also, it needs to be, you heard people say tonight, they've been supporting, adults saying they've been supporting them. It needs to be district sponsored because it's district dollars that will be utilized, so there should be a district staff members assigned to help. I love the passion also that's come through, but we have to also make sure, and this item does not silence student voices, it actually elevates. So every high school has a representative, then they have their own officers, and there are some things that they would need to work on. So I'm not sure where that confusion came up or came into play, but it truly is not to silence students.
And also, in the student voices that we heard tonight, I heard a lot of them speak about they were meeting at homes. Was the district aware that they had students meeting at different students' houses?
No, not. We only hear. We heard things after the fact, and that's another reason we're asking to start this whole process over again. And we have made attempts, and like I said, every side sees their version of that, but like I said, some decisions, or I heard something even tonight for the first time about people waiting to receive money or receiving grants. We're not aware of that, and so how that money is being tracked and monitored, I don't know.
Okay, so the StuCon, they are, I'm assuming, an established group with their bylaws, constitutions, and all of that in place. Does the district have a copy of those bylaws, constitution? Is there something that can be implemented into the new program, or have you all even reviewed their bylaws and constitution?
We just have the initial information that was created back in 2015, and I believe it's in 2015. Like I said, based on our understanding right now, I think there are about 7 members, and we have 45 high schools.
Thank you.
Trustee Hernandez?
So I agree with everything that Trustee Sung and Trustee Dygard was saying. From the Q&A, the response to, is it possible to have multiple student advisory groups? The response was yes, it is possible. Because we are the 7th largest district in Texas, and we do have 45 high schools, looking at inclusivity, having more than one student advisory group, I think might be a good idea, just because we want to make sure that we have student voice. I think that we need to look into this item a little bit more, so I would support tabling this item until, or postponing this item until, just postponing it until we have more information. Thank you.
Trustee Allen? I understand that our breaking the relationship does not disband the group, so the group would still stand, but my concern is that I understand that some students were kicked out of the group. Essentially, would this new group that we're talking about, would kids be able to stay even if they have dissenting opinions, or would they be able to get kicked out of this group that they're trying to establish now?
Under the proposed recommendation, no, they would not get kicked out. They would be able to stay based on their term, unless there are some issues that could, involve discipline, things of that nature. But no, they would not. One person would not be making a decision to exclude students or include students.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Cruz?
My question, I'm sorry.
My question was answered, but I wanted to make sure we're doing a round two it looks like there's people that want a round two.
Trustee Villaseca?
Thank you. I also want to echo the sentiments that Trustee Sung expressed earlier today, that there seems to be many positive things that are coming forward from the updated resolution that the administration brings, but there are also a lot of bright spots and things that are important, I think, to the original Student Congress group as well. I think that from my understanding, first, I like that they need support. I mean, there's incredible learning opportunity to help uplift the student group. They're struggling a bit. There's some succession issues. There's lots of transition, but I believe that they were founded to be independent, to have to invite students that necessarily wouldn't run for student council, because sometimes those turn into popularity contests as well. So I think there's a little bit of equity that is built into what their intentions were, and I think that that's something that we should recognize. I just think that again, I would support taking another look, pushing, giving us more time to look at all of this. But I don't support dissolving student, even though it's a relationship, even the message that sends to students or the student group. If we haven't done everything that we could have, we can learn from that and be able to help uplift them as well. So it's something. This is just a very, very difficult situation, but I think that there's a beautiful learning opportunity, and I think that we can figure something out here that wouldn't involve dissolving of a student group.
Trustee Santos? I got too involved in the conversation.
Thank you, President Allen and Dr. Lathan. And my question is actually to legal. As a recognized partner, or as a representative of a recognized group or partner for HISD, the Speaker of Student Congress, Jennifer Hamad, we've never heard from her. Is there anything that prohibits the board for her to answer questions from the board? That's like HISD cabinet or a member of HISD could do during a discussion.
You mean questions like during a meeting?
Right. So like we've had the Student Congress, but we haven't been able to establish that. I mean, they're supposed to be the liaisons between the student community and the board and the administration, but we don't have a seat at the table for them. So how is that?
So it depends. Trustee Santos, it depends on if what you're talking about is an opportunity for the full board to have dialogue with a representative or representatives of StuCon. If you do, that can happen, but it would have to be posted as a board meeting. You could post it as a workshop, as a dialogue, but it would have to be posted as a board meeting because you would have a quorum of board members interacting with a third party. So that would meet the definition of a meeting under the Open Meetings Act.
May I continue this question, or do I have to wait?
This is part of round two, right? Go ahead and finish the question.
Thank you. So like Lisa, whenever you have like hearings and we're able to hear both sides, and it's just wondering if we've never had the opportunity as a board to discuss with Student Congress any issues, so that would need to be a meeting separate and apart. Or can that be an item and have a student congress or a student organization come speak with us?
Yes, if a quorum of the board would be interacting with that organization or even with one individual, that would meet the definition of a meeting, and it would just need to be posted, but it would have to be done in the form of a board meeting. It can be a special board meeting, meaning that that's the only thing on the meeting agenda, Trustee Santos.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Dr. Allen.
Trustee Dygard?
Thank you. I move that we postpone this item to a board meeting no later than the August regular board meeting, so that we have some resolution on this before the next school year starts. But if the administration wants to bring it back before then, that's fine too. But no later than August of 2021, the regular meeting, with the hope that the administration will reach out to both of these groups of students. I'm finding it problematic, and I think this is my real big sticking point, is that we are voting on an item about student voice, and no students were consulted about this agenda item. And like I said earlier, I think there's a learning opportunity for our students, and so I hope that the administration during this time will, should this motion pass, before it's brought back, consult with, maybe with both of these groups of kids together, and with them develop a plan for moving forward that gets brought back to the board.
So point of clarification.
So I have a motion on the table.
Can I make a friendly amendment to your motion?
There has to be a second before that happens.
Oh, sorry, second.
Second, Cruz.
So the motion on the table is to postpone this item to a regular meeting no later than the August 2021 regular meeting.
Second.
So back to you, Trustee Allen, on deciding who's next in the queue to.
Trustee Guidry, but I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to your motion.
Trustee Guidry.
I'm going to defer my question until after the motion has been ruled.
I thought it was moved and seconded.
Until after it's been voted, because it would be mute if we vote to postpone this or remove it until later.
Okay, no discussion? Okay. Please vote.
Trustee Santos is in the queue with a friendly amendment to my amendment. Can some legal, would you please advise on that?
It's not a friendly amendment to your amendment, it's just an amendment.
Okay, so we vote on my amendment first.
Oh.
No?
Because yours is not an amendment.
Okay.
Mine's a motion. Okay.
Amend the motion to postpone.
Trustee Santos, can you hear me now?
I can't hear.
Can you hear me now, Trustee Santos?
Yes.
Do you want to make an amendment to Trustee Dygard's motion to postpone to the August regular board, or no later than the August regular board meeting?
Yes. Correct.
Go ahead, Trustee Santos.
I'd like to offer that we offer that we have a special workshop where we include student voice, just exactly what you said, but is this, can we have a workshop before the end of the school year in preparation for the following school year, so that way our students already have a seat at the table before August?
So, Trustee Santos, I'm not sure that amendment is germane to the motion to postpone.
Okay.
It's a separate issue.
It's a separate issue that we might be able to bring up at a later time. You certainly can make that request to the board president, and three of you can make that request to actually have a special meeting under your board policy.
So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
I believe Trustee Sung is in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm supportive of the motion to postpone. I'd just like to note that, August is half a year away, and I'd really like to see this result sooner. So not to confuse us with another motion to amend your motion, but I'd really like to see some forward motion on this, before the end of the school year. So May would be my ideal. Thank you.
Legal, can I revise my motion? Or do I have to? Okay.
I will say that your motion was no later than, so May is incorporated.
Okay.
feel strongly that we need to change the wording, but there's nothing that.
Is there any clarification needed? Everybody know what they're voting on? Please vote. Yes. We have 8 for and 1 against. Now do we need to go back to the first? Nope. Okay. Eight and 1. The next item held is agenda item I-1, approval of vendor awards for purchases over $100,000 and ratification of vendor awards for purchases under $100,000. We are holding from the consent agenda a project associated with agenda item I-1. The project being held is to accommodate Trustee Flynn Villasecca's abstention. Project number 21-10-01, RFP, supplemental painting services. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Have a second?
Santos, second.
Are there any comments or questions? Please vote. I can't get it. Eight for, 1 abstention. We are now ready for a motion and a second on the remainder of this item. May I have a motion?
So move.
Are there any
So
comments?
moved. Santos, second.
No comments? Please vote. Nine for, 0 against. The next item held is agenda item I-2, approval of current and anticipated donations for district-wide and school-specific programs and authorization to negotiate, execute, and amend necessary contracts associated with these donations. May I have a motion?
So moved, Sung.
Second.
So moved.
Are there any comments?
Second, Santos.
Please vote. Nine for, 0 against. The next item held is agenda item I-3, acceptance of grant funds in support of district-wide and school-wide programs, and authorization to negotiate and execute contracts required under the grants. May I have a motion?
So move.
Second?
So moved, Santos. Second, Santos.
Any discussion? Please vote. Nine for, 0 against. The next item held is agenda item I-4, approval of the February General Fund, Debt Service Fund, and Nutrition Services Fund budget amendment. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? Are there any comments? Trustee Dygard?
So this is an item I pulled from consent, and I want to thank the administration for honoring the request for a presentation on this tonight because it helped me feel comfortable now voting for this item. Thank you.
Any other comments? Please vote. Nine for, 0 against. The next item held is agenda item K1, approval of proposed revisions to board policy AE local educational philosophy, first readings. May I have a motion? Do I have a second? Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Trustee Song?
Thank you. I have 3 comments or questions here. So the first, I brought up at agenda review on packet page 58. We have the theory of action. It's on the beginning of this educational philosophy. And we spent weeks last fall identifying these 4 bullet points and boiling it down and getting it concise. And so I reached out to our facilitator, A.J. Crable, and asked him whether this theory of action was intended to be an addition to our existing AE local or a replacement for the theory of action language that was there previously, written by previous boards. And this is his reply. My recommendation would have been to largely delete AE local and start over, not because that's the way it has to be done every time, but because in your case there is too much in there to begin with, and 2, there is so much that is generally antithetical to what you've just adopted. So for clarity, I know this is just first reading. I want to give everybody a chance to think about this, but think about this for when this comes back to us for second reading. Whether we can simplify our theory of action and just use the language that we developed last fall. My second comment here, page 65. I want to commend our administration for developing, we're almost done with the goal progress measures and with the constraint progress measures, but I want to note that we as a board haven't developed progress measures for our own constraints, the board's constraints for the board. So, Madam President, I'd like to offer my assistance, anything I can do to help us with that. I think it would be appropriate for us to develop our own progress measures or metrics for our own constraints. And then the final thing is I just want to note, several hours ago, students had some thoughtful things to say about our board constraints for the superintendent. And I was really taken by their thoughts about including BIPOC voice in the literature that they read. Narratives that are written by people of color, that are about people of color, are important to students and help them to be more interested and invested in their education. So I know that's not exactly what we've written in our constraints, but this can be an example of how student voice can help us do our work. Done. Thanks.
Trustee Santos?
Thank you, President Allen. So I will not be voting for this. Something tonight, a Harvard parent said, I want my child's curiosity not to be killed, and I want her to love learning. These goals do not inspire that. These goals do not inspire that. Additionally, Diversify Our Nation, our students came to us asking for what's best for them. They know what's best for them. And our constraints and our board goals do not reflect that. And I'm going to echo Trustee Sung's last remarks there. But this is, again, parents now during a pandemic, we strip the curiosity from our kids with these goals. But thank you.
Trustee Cruz?
Yeah, my concern with K1 is just the red line edits in terms of the rigor that we're putting into the goal progress measures around college and career readiness.
Please vote. K1. Seven for, 2 against. Our final item held is agenda item K2. approval to waive board policy BF local, board policies, and approval of proposed revisions to board policy BDD local, board internal organization attorney on first reading. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? Are there any comments or questions? Please vote. Nine for, 0 against. Superintendent's information items. We are now ready to address item L1, debt management activity report.
Trustee President Allen.
Yes.
I actually had pulled. I had pulled L2 from consent.
You pulled the L2 from consent?
Okay. Oh, it's on there? Okay, sorry. Just wanted to make sure. Okay.
L1. We're now ready to address L2, discussion of House Bill 3, district student group targets. Oh, we. Trustee Cruz?
Yeah, sorry, I was confused. I didn't realize we weren't voting on this item.
No comment? Okay. We're now ready to consider the balance of today's agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the balance of today's agenda by consensus?
So move.
Do I have a second? Are there any comments? Seeing none, please vote. Nine for, 0 against. We are now ready to consider items discussed in closed session. Are there any motions?
I have a bunch of them.
Wait, I thought we were going to go back in to finish discussion from earlier.
We're getting ready to vote on the voting items that in the first closed session. The ones with the personnel and the...
I got it. I just thought we were going to do something first.
We're going to do what?
Usually we go.
Please vote.
I move that the board approve the contract with JG Consulting for superintendent search services on the terms discussed in closed session effective February 12th, 2021.
What? Please vote. Say it again. 9 for, 0 against.
I move that the board authorize the district to settle the matter of William Hopes et al. Versus HISD et al. In the 127th District Court of Harris County, Texas, cause number 2013-25250, on the terms discussed in closed session effective February 12th, 2021.
Please vote.
Need a second.
Second, Santos.
Please vote. Eight for, 1 abstention.
I move that the board authorize the district to settle the matter of Porsche Cheryl Turner versus HISD and LaShonda Rena Grimes in the 165th District Court of Harris County, Texas, cause number 2017-58632, on the terms discussed in closed session effective February 12th, 2021.
Santos, second.
Did we get a motion? Oh, okay, second. Please vote. Eight for, 1 abstention.
I I move that the board authorize the district's attorneys to the matter of Stacy Terrell Hamlet versus HISD et al. In the 269th District Court of Harris County, Texas, cause number 2019-028875 on the terms discussed in closed session effective February 12, 2021.
Do we have a second?
Santos, second.
Please vote. Eight, 4, 1 abstention.
I move that the board authorize the district to settle the subrogation lien of Jimmy Mapp against Crispin Munoz Ramos and Infinity on the terms discussed in closed session effective February 12, 2021.
You have a second?
I have a, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Please vote. Seven, 4, 1 against, 1 abstention.
I move that the board authorize the district to settle the special education matter of Jason G., BNF, Wanda G., and Edna G. versus HISD before the Texas Education Agency, TEA docket number 054-SE1120, on the terms discussed in closed session effective February 12, 2021.
You have a second?
Second.
Please vote. Eight, 4, 1 abstention.
I move that the board authorize the district to settle the special education matter of Jaden K., BNF, Anna M. versus HISD before the Texas Education Agency, TEA docket number 012-SE0920, on the terms discussed in closed session effective February 12, 2021.
You have a second?
Second, Santos. Second.
Please vote. Eight, 4, 1 abstention.
I move that the board authorize the district to settle the special education matter of Louis E., BNF, Louis E., and Maritza C. before the Texas Education Agency, TEA docket number 040-SE1020, on the terms discussed in closed session effective February 12, 2021.
You have a second?
Santos, second.
Please vote.
Trustee Song, can we take item C2L again? The words "to settle" were missing from the motion.
8, 4, 1 abstention.
They're missing. Yes. Exactly.
We're going to do C2L one more time. I move that the board authorize the district's attorneys to settle the matter of Stacy Terrell Hamlet versus HISD et al. In the 269th District Court of Harris County, Texas, cause number 2019-028875, on the terms discussed in closed session effective February 12, 2021.
Santos, second.
Please vote. Eight, 4, 1 abstention.
I move that the board approve a finding of no good cause for educators to resign or abandon employment contracts without district consent under sections 21.105C, 21.160C, or 21.210C of the Texas Education Code as discussed in closed session, and authorize the interim superintendent or her designee to submit a written complaint to SBEC to impose sanctions effective February 12, 2021.
Santos, second.
Please vote. Seven, 4, 1 against, 1 abstention.
Last one. I move that the board approve the balance of the closed session personnel agenda, including specifically that the board approve separation and release agreements as discussed in closed session effective February 12, 2021.
Santos, second.
Please vote. Seven, 4, 1 against, 1 abstention. We are now ready to hear reports and comments from board members, Please limit your time to 1 minute per trustee. We will proceed in order from District 1 to District 9. Yes, ma'am?
I would like to finish the conversation if possible. Or at least if we can go into closed session and decide what the next step is.
For 5 minutes?
I mean, let's at least
Is that what you
figure
said, for 5 minutes?
No. I said I would like to finish the discussion, but at the very least, if we can go back into closed session and decide what we want to do, if we want to continue or postpone.
Is that legal? We can go into closed session,
The
decide whether we
superintendent
want to go into
evaluation
closed
discussion
session?
we didn't finish.
She wants
You
to.
you can go,
Comments now.
you can do your comments
Okay,
now.
let's do
But
the
to
comments.
But Madam President, to answer your question, you can go into closed session under legal. You can go into closed session to wrap up the previous personnel discussion we were having.
And then we have to come back to open session to close out?
You do have to come back to open to close.
Okay, thank you. We're now ready to hear reports and comments from board members. Please limit your time to 1 minute per trustee. We will proceed in order from District 1 to District 9. Trustee Santos.
Thank you, President Allen. So just to the teachers, students, and parents out there, thank you so much for your participation. This is your democratically elected school board, and I too want to keep the curiosity and love for learning going on in our children, so please reach out if you need anything at all. Additionally, stay safe, stay dry, stay warm. Happy Chinese New Year, and that's it. Good night.
Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Thank you. I know it's late, so in honor of Black History Month, then I would like to acknowledge Mrs. Lily Ruth Briscoe, who has had 40-plus years of service with HISD as a crossing guard, and education is paramount to her, so much so that she's tried at 82 years old, attempted to get her GED. And so today, Dr. Lathan, thank you for allowing me the format to present her with a certificate for which she was most gracious. And I'd also like to acknowledge Dr. Ruth Simmons, Black History Little Known Facts, for being the current president of Prairie View A&M University, first African-American president of Brown University, Smith College, and a graduate of Phyllis Wheatley High School, where Wheatley produces productive people. Thank you.
Trustee Hernandez.
Happy Black History Month, everyone. Happy Chinese New Year. I'm excited that we are going to make sure that we listen to our students and have a good night.
Trustee Allen. I wanted to say today I wore my little badges for every activity we're having. We have a happy Valentine's Day, happy President's Day, happy Black History, and happy, didn't have a pen for that. I have my red envelope. Happy Lunar New Year. Trustee Dygard.
I'll let y'all save 60 seconds. Good night.
Trustee Villaseca.
Echoing all of the elements of my colleagues have stated. And again, stay safe, everybody. Continue. I do want to say that Black History Month it shouldn't just be 1 month of celebration. We do need to do a better job integrating BIPOC into everything that we do in education as much as possible in our everyday lives and awareness. So please stay safe out there. I want to recognize my colleagues for your leadership and service as well, and to the staff on the front lines educating our students. Happy Valentine's Day, happy President's Day, Chinese New Year's, and please stay safe out there.
Trustee Song.
I'll pass. Thank you.
Trustee Cruz.
I just wanted to reiterate a point that Dr. Lathan made earlier. I feel extremely safe. I send one of my 3 children to school in person. I feel like the school and the schools that I see are doing such an incredible job of keeping staff and school safe. So for anyone that's worried, I just really want to commend everyone that's working so hard with not 100% resources and knowledge all the time, but doing their best. So thank you for that.
Trustee Guidry.
I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all of the districts for your love and support of the trustees during our Trustee Appreciation Month. We really do appreciate all of the love you all show to us. And in like manner, I'd like to thank our counselors who just had an Appreciation Week, as well as the bus drivers. Just want to let you all know we do appreciate you and all that you do. And not to forget about our principals and all of the workers at HISD. Right now is a trying time, and guess what? We're getting through it, and we're going to come out stronger because of it. Thank you all, and good night.
Madam Superintendent, do you have any reports for us?
Yes, today I recognized our elementary principal of the year for HISD, Principal Parahan at Helms Elementary School. Our secondary principal of the year is Miss Gretchen Casper Hoffman, and so they will go on to be presented to Region 4 to represent the district. So congratulations to both of those outstanding principal. I will tell you, Ms. Parahan's parents were on the line from Spain. It was a beautiful moment. And so thank you to our school's office for arranging those surprise visits. Have a great one. So as I've shared with our cabinet members, don't text me, don't call me. I will call you about the weather. I promise you. I'm going to tweet you, Facebook you. I'm not live. Email you, and I'm going to give you a phone call to let you know what's occurring on Monday. You might not find out before Valentine's Day, so have a great, safe, happy Valentine's Day, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. The board will now adjourn to closed session in the board service conferences room and board members' individual offices connected by video conference under Section D of Chapter 551 of Texas Government Code, Open Meetings Act, subsections 551.004, 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, 551.081, 551.083, 551.084, and 551.089. Should board final action, vote, or decision on any matter considered in closed session be required, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken at the open meeting covered by this notice under the reconvening of this public meeting or at a subsequent meeting at the board upon notice thereof. The board has adjourned to closed session at 9:45. This meeting is now reconvened in open session. The time is 10:46. Our next regular board meeting will be on March 11th. That's not, oh, yeah. An agenda review for that meeting will be held on March 4th, 2021. There being no further business, this meeting is officially adjourned at 10:47 p.m.